Welcome back. We've been in closed session, so we'll now go back into open session, and we can report there was no reportable action taken during the closed session. We will now rise for the Pledge of Allegiance for those who wish to recite it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Someday.
Okay, I have some introductory remarks before we get into the agenda. We again this evening have many attendees here, and I welcome each and every one of you. There are several items that many of you want to address during public comments, and I assure we are here to listen and understand your concerns. On behalf of the entire board, I welcome you. First, let me say if you want to speak on a specific listed agenda item, you need to identify the item on your speaker slip. We will hear public comments on specific agenda items immediately before the board discusses the item. On the other hand, if you want to speak on items not on the agenda during the general public comment portion of our meeting, which will occur a bit later on the agenda, you will still need to fill out a speaker slip. And I would say that, importantly, if you intended to speak and you haven't filled out a speaker slip, please do that now while I'm finishing my comments so that we have all the speaker slips turned in. And now I'd just like to go through a few ground rules for those of you, particularly who maybe haven't been here before. The purpose of public comment is to give you an opportunity to share your opinions with us. And I want to repeat and emphasize that we do want to hear from everyone who wants to address us. Everyone has the right to be heard, but we also have the right to regulate the manner and length of public comments at our meetings. And most important rule is that we will enforce is that there is to be no talking over a speaker or making noise while someone is speaking. So I thank you in advance for honoring this rule. To paraphrase something I read by an opinion writer recently, the First Amendment is built on the right and even obligation to speak up and when needed to protest, but not to interrupt and prevent others from speaking. We have a 20-minute limit on each agenda item ordinarily, and we ordinarily have a 5-minute limit for each speaker. But again, as at our last meeting, given the volume of those who want to speak tonight, we're going to have a 2-minute limitation on all speakers. And I will give each speaker a warning at 30 seconds remaining so that the speaker will know it's time to be thinking about wrapping up the comments. I'd like to also add that our rules do not allow you to give your allotted time to other speakers. We want to hear from you directly. And in order to accommodate everyone, I request that you try your best not to repeat arguments that have been made by other speakers. Please direct your comments to the board and not anyone in the audience. As I said, we want to hear from you, and that's what this section of our agenda is all about, or that's what public comment is all about. One of the most confusing aspects of public comment period is a state law that prevents us from responding to you. We can only publicly discuss topics that are on the printed agenda. So while we get to and want to hear your comments, we may not be able to reply to questions and respond to the issues you raise. Believe me, this is frustrating for us as it is for you, although I'll add that the comment I just gave you really applies more to the general comments for items not on the agenda. So we're now ready to proceed with our first item. We're taking our first item out of order. We're going to take up item 15.1, which is a presentation and discussion on Ombuds program.
Let me also, before we get into that, we want to pull 14.1, which is the adjustments to the budget. We've received some additional information and want to make sure that we incorporate that in a future board meeting. So I want to pull 14.1.
Okay.
Let me just say a few comments about this idea of an ombuds program here at Santa Barbara City College. Now, we received a lot of information and feedback about the idea of having an ombuds program here at the college from individuals, from college planning council members, from board members when y'all had the ad hoc board committee that you put together. I know that you got some feedback about the idea of looking into an ombuds program, and you passed that on as a recommendation for me to look into. We have taken that to heart, and there was a team of us that went to UCSB as our beginning point of education related to ombuds programs, and we were able to meet with Caroline Adams, who's the ombuds person at UCSB, and spent considerable time, actually on 2 separate visits, with her and with Chancellor Yang, talking about how the ombuds program works there at UCSB. What we learned was that there are really an infinite number of models for this. But one thing that we found out from Caroline is that she gave me a list of experts in the United States on ombuds programs, and at the top of that list was Mr. Bruce McAllister, and we are really fortunate to be able to have Bruce with us and have his expertise to be able to share with you and the audience in terms of what Ombuds programs are all about. He has been in Ombuds for a couple different universities. He's also helped other institutions, both public and private, actually set up Ombuds programs of different structures. He's worked as a staff member and a vice president at a community college in Santa Fe, New Mexico. But we are just really, really fortunate to be able to have Bruce with us here to lead a discussion and help us understand how these ombuds programs actually work. And so I'm going to turn this over to Bruce to come and talk with us about how these programs work.
Thank you, Dr. Beebe. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the invitation. I look forward to sharing information with you, answering questions. This is an informational presentation. If you have questions about anything as I'm moving along, I've been in Ombuds for over 25 years. I've been in higher education for longer than that. So feel free to interject if you have questions that you need clarification on at any point. And I'll try to move through this crisply. I know you've got a million things on the agenda, and try to give time for overall questions at the end of the presentation.
Bruce, I just want to comment. You're going to have to really get close to that
Get
mic
close
just
to
so
this
we can
mic?
hear you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Let's just jump right into this at this point. A little bit about me. Thank you, Dr. Beebe, for making this part easier for me to jump through more quickly. I've been an agency general counsel for a large state agency in New Mexico. I've been a court-appointed mediator. I've worked in higher education, both for the University of California for 20 years, for the University of Oregon, where I set up their Ombuds program. I've served as a vice president for finance and administration for a fairly large community college in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've set up or worked with organizations to help them set up now 6 different Ombuds programs. But this is not about necessarily pitching just an Ombuds program to you. It's about placing the ombuds model in the context of other approaches that you can consider using as well. So I'm not going to dwell on on who I am as much at this point, other than to mention, in addition, I'm the past vice president for the International Ombudsman Association. I've served on the board of both the Ombudsman Association, which was the predecessor to the International Ombuds Association, and the International Ombuds Association now for 7 years. I'm the chair of the Standards of Practice Committee for that association. So I've got pretty deep roots in the ombuds world. So let's talk about what an ombuds is. As we move through this, we'll also talk about what it isn't. Basically, to put it simply, an ombuds person, the term, I use ombuds these days. The term that the Ombudsman Association uses is still the International Ombudsman Association. The men and women of the Ombudsman Association believe that since it's a term of foreign origin anyhow, that it's not necessarily gender linked. But I don't want to get into that argument. I just use ombuds. It's just an easy way to basically blow past that. I'm urging the association to consider a name change just to remove any questions about that. But basically what an ombuds is a resource on campus that exists to provide information and referrals. It doesn't supplant other formal processes. It doesn't gatekeep those processes. It exists as a separate and independent resource for the user base and typically also for management and leadership in that organization. The ombuds serves to help provide information and referrals and collects concerns on an aggregate basis to provide feedback. There's really several stools to the legs to the stool of an ombuds program, providing seamless visitor support, resolving issues as these things come in as one leg, providing feedback about trends and themes and issues of concern that we hear over time, providing outreach and education to develop a more conflict-conscious communication skill set for leaders and for users, for the stakeholders of the Ombuds program. So it's a very broad spectrum kind of tool to use. The Ombuds doesn't just work behind the scenes quietly with individual visitors, but also will end up often working with groups where root causes of chronic conflict can be addressed through group work and helping that group identify the root causes to those conflicts. And basically extending the eyes and ears of the, for the campus administration around what's the beat, what's the vibe on a campus at this point? What are the hot spots and sensitivities? Looks like we have virus protection updates needed, but jump through these pretty quickly. What does an ombuds do? We, as I mentioned, serve as this information kiosk. Often what that means is the ombuds has to be very facile with and have deep understanding of the variety of resources on a campus, depending on whether its service is limited to faculty or staff, or it's a plenary service that supports faculty, staff, students. And so the ombuds has to be very facile with being able to make referrals and suggest options for people, listening to concerns and suggesting approaches, facilitating dialogue and conducting shuttle diplomacy where a person, because of power imbalances or language differences, or in some cases disabilities, feels like they're not as able to communicate on a par. The ombuds serves as an equalizer for that. And conducting formal and informal mediation work, which actually ends up being a little bit smaller component of what an ombuds will typically do. And then working with groups to help them identify why chronic conflict exists in their organization. An ombuds does not serve as a gatekeeper for any of the formal functions. It's not there to try to short-stop cases that should go to a formal union complaint process, a formal grievance process, a formal disciplinary action. But it does serve as a collateral resource to people that are needing information about how those systems work. An ombuds never owns responsibility to implement change. An ombuds works is of the organization, but is always outside of that organization in the sense of not ending up advocating for a specific approach or owning a specific outcome. That's exclusively the prerogatives of campus leadership and management. The ombuds does not provide legal counseling or advice or psychotherapeutic counseling or advice. They exist to provide practical advice and to provide referrals for those types of issues if those appear to be relevant. And again, we don't advocate for any specific role or outcome. The standards, there's 4 pillars that we're basically talking about for an ombuds program. And that involves the requirement that an ombuds is a neutral, unaligned resource, that basically the ombuds can work with 2 sides of an issue, hear their concerns, and in some ways show equal partiality in the sense of, well, if these are your goals, then let's discuss ways and options to most effectively meet your objectives, while at the same time working with another party to say, well, if these are your goals, let's talk about ways to most effectively advocate those approaches. So the ombuds is sometimes in the middle of all that, but it works because of the other tenets of this. The only place where an ombuds is less than absolutely neutral is when the themes emerge that show that there's a pattern of injustice or issues of lack of congruence with the stated commitments of an organization, in which case the ombuds is a zealous advocate for fair treatment and is expected to bring those forward, not necessarily to say, here's what you have to do about it, but to basically let the campus officials know this seems to be a chronic pattern around salary issues or things like that. The ombuds is different from other setups and arrangements on campus in that it's informal, which means it's not process directed. If you go to HR and you want to file a formal grievance, or you go to your union steward and you want to file a formal complaint, there's steps and there's a process. That typically leads to a third party making a decision to resolve, that's imposed from the outside to resolve that situation. With an ombuds, it works from the inside in that it is visitor directed. The ombuds never takes ownership of the visitor's issue, and the ombuds doesn't basically impose any type of resolution on a process. It's always left to the visitor to own the next steps. And as a consequence, it ends up being a very empowering process for visitors. It allows visitors to make their own choices. And when I use visitor, what I'm talking about are people that, stakeholders that come to the ombuds office seeking assistance in resolving their concern. That person always retains ownership of the next step. What that means for an ombuds is some interesting things, that an ombuds can be applied to fill gaps that a university or college doesn't even know it has. For example, one thing that may ring a little close to home here, given this summer's events in the region, when I was serving as the ombuds for Los Alamos National Laboratory, we had a big fire that burned over into the town and burned over the complex. As the town was being evacuated, it occurred to the leadership of the organization that they had no resources in place to help the foreign national community even find alternative housing. And there was nothing in place to do that. The Ombuds office at Los Alamos stepped up and actually became the liaison to the foreign national community in that emergency situation to help find alternative placement for those folks during the fire and to help answer questions about what's next around this emergency situation, this crisis situation. So it can be kind of a very adaptive resource for you. It is an independent resource. It's not, while it's, you can't get by or around the fundamental paradigm that somebody's got to pay for the Ombuds program. It is not part of campus management. It is independent of the typical line structures and typically reports to the highest levels possible in an organization, whether that be the chancellor, the president, the board of trustees, or in some cases, an independent committee that is set up that will manage that kind of relationship. And in some cases, there's dotted lines to all three of those types of structures. So, but the bottom line is it's designed to be a high-level report process that avoids the pressures that could be placed on one if it reported just up through academic affairs or through the business office or to a compliance entity like the Title IX office or things like that. So finally, the fundamental, probably the most important tenet of the ombuds is the high level of confidentiality that an ombuds asserts. And that is that all information, even the identity of people that come to the ombuds office, is held as confidential. The ombuds doesn't keep long-term working notes. The ombuds doesn't document things in case files that map back to an individual. So those cases never become Exhibit A in a subsequent lawsuit, things like that, because they just don't exist. The ombuds will take short-term working notes just to hold themselves true to their commitments with the visitor level that they may have. And typically an ombuds does have a high volume but light touch type of relationship with their campus, where you're seeing on any given day 5, 6, 7, 8 individual visitors, and that goes in, day out. But the reason a small number of people, down to one person, can handle that is because it's a light touch thing where the individual visitor retains the primary responsibility to implement the next step, not the ombuds. So the ombuds does not participate in formal grievance hearings, does not come in and testify on behalf of give this person a break or this person, you know, the campus really should do this, that, or the other thing. The ombuds stays out of those formal processes and, in fact, resist to the greatest extent possible testifying even in judicial actions outside of the college context. So we assert this very high level of confidentiality. There are some exceptions to that. Well, let me talk through the notice aspect of this. That also means that if someone comes to us and says, I'm the victim of sexual harassment as I see it, since I'm not part of management, I'm not aligned with the campus formal structures, that's not placing the organization, the campus, on notice. A visitor can't have it both ways and have absolute confidentiality, but then say, but I told the ombudsman, and therefore the college should have taken action. The ombuds will help channel that person, direct that person if they want to place an organization on notice, or may even in some cases do it on their behalf if there's sensitivities such that the person would otherwise not come forward. But speaking to the ombudsman, it does not place the organization on notice of Title IX or Title VII situations. It does not. We're not a campus security authority for Clery Act purposes. And typically we enforce this in addition to the other ways we use this through a terms of use, where we say basically by accepting the benefits of the ombuds service, you also agree to accept the limitations that you're not going to try to compel the ombuds to come forward. So there are some exceptions to confidentiality. Of course, if the visitor wants you to come forward with the information and it's part of a resolution plan that makes sense, like I want you to reach out to my manager and explain how this activity or the way they're communicating is offensive to me. Great, we'll do that. If it's necessary to prevent imminent risk of serious harm, which is a very rare instance, but I have had cases where someone came in and expressed suicidal ideation, and I will be the first one out the door to make sure that the ombuds in an organization never has their thumbprint on something like campus violence or suicide or other things like that, where there's information that leads me to form a reasonable conclusion that there's an imminent risk of serious harm. And finally, there are some state and federal statutes that just clearly require that a person cannot sit on this information, like child abuse situations involving minors or elder abuse and a few other items like that, or major fraud, waste, and abuse things. It's not as big an issue as it might seem, because people typically come to the ombuds and they want this information to come forward. So we figure a way to get through that. So how does an ombuds help campus leaders? As the ombuds becomes more operational, what most campuses experience is about 40% of the visitors end up being department heads, chairs, deans, other leaders on campus, because they're the ones that are in the front lines, particularly the department chairs, on the front lines of workplace issues that they're trying to get their arms around. And in this day and age, it's kind of a scary thing to be a manager sometimes and a supervisor. And the ombuds is just as equally accessible to those individuals as an offline resource to safely bounce around ideas and approaches to help resolve those issues. It provides early warning for serious risk management. As I started the presentation with the idea that it's a senior risk management expert, this provides an early warning for things. The ombuds can provide an early warning for things where there's system breakdowns, or where there is a bad actor involved in something, or misapplied policy that is going to come back and can rear its little head and bite the college if not attended to early on. And routinely, the ombuds will collect its aggregate information and feed that back as a continuous improvement feedback loop for the college to say, well, here's where the soft spots are in the system in dealing with vendors to the campus, for example, or in dealing with student systems. The student grade process is the target or the focus of a lot of, the grade appeal process is a target of a lot of complaints. Or this particular HR policy it seems to be sparking a lot of complaints by a particular group, or access to certain resources seems to be an issue for certain groups. So you develop this kind of resource just by virtue of the themes that are coming to you. So sort of in summary, the Ombuds can provide a bridge for all. It serves as this overall risk management tool. It's flexible, it's adaptable. It provides a people-oriented, outcome-oriented zone of safety for people. And it's honestly becoming more of a benchmark of a basic standard for higher ed organizations around the country, where an ombuds is an indicator for credentialing and things like that of a campus that's committed to its student body, to its workforce, to its faculty. So I think at this point, I've given you, there's more information around what it takes to implement an ombuds, but I think at this point, I'd like to just pause and see how we're doing with the information I've given and ask questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. What we're going to do, we're going to interrupt for 2 minutes. We have one speaker who wants to address the issue. And as soon as that speaker's done, we'll go to board questions. And so if you could hang close by, that'd be good. Okay.
Absolutely.
So we have Diana Puente, who wants to address the board on this topic. Is she here?
Good evening. My name is Diana Collins Puente. I am a resident of Goleta. I also happen to be a staff member at the University of California, Santa Barbara, but I'm not here speaking on their behalf, just as an individual. I just really want to speak in regards to the recent events on campus, which have exposed the systemic racism that exists not only on this campus, but in the broader community. I know that one of the demands from students is for the creation of an ombuds position, as well as the support of anti-racism training for SBCC faculty. And so just really wanted to state my support unequivocally for those efforts. I think it is really important. What SBCC does is representative of the larger community of Santa Barbara, and the importance, particularly in these times politically, to show unequivocal support for addressing these issues, I think is really important. So I really ask you to consider their requests.
Thank you very much. So comments, questions for Mr. McAllister? Trustee Aboud.
Yes, so thank you for the presentation. Let's see, I want to scroll up. On page 8 of the presentation, the Ombuds standards, you have the different types of independent that you've laid out. And I know what people have told us is they'd really like a larger degree of independence. Could you speak more to the Independent Oversight Committee, how that's looked in other places, how it's usually composed, how it's usually done?
Yes, absolutely. It's done in a variety of ways, depending on the culture of the organization, and that's one thing that I didn't go into for time reasons, but every organization that has an ombuds needs to kind of design it in the context of itself, okay? And so that does lead to a wide range of flexibility around the report structure. Some places, they're more comfortable with it being more closely held. In other places, they like the idea of it being as far away from the administration as possible. there's challenges no matter what the model in that you need the administration engaged and trusting of your ombuds, and the ombuds can't be viewed as being an outside advocate that's kind of part of the group that's challenging the administration. So it needs ready access to the administration, but likewise, you need that kind of independence to project that the ombuds is sincerely neutral. And so some organizations have gone the route of actually having it not report to line management at all. For example, United Technologies. It reports that it's a global corporation, 200,000 employees. Their ombuds program reports to a freestanding committee, not to the CEO of the corporation. Now, in higher ed, you have an interesting mix because most higher ed also has shared governance. And so sometimes the shared governance wants to have a role in that report, as well as in some cases the Board of Trustees wanting that role. It's not unusual, and almost the better standard of practice for higher ed now is to at least have an ombuds advisory committee. And at the very least, what that benefits the ombuds by doing is helping that ombuds quickly come up to speed with the cultural dimensions of that particular organization. Because I don't care which organization you go to, even between UCSB and Santa Barbara City College, there are different cultural dimensions at play. And there's a different set of values at play. And so having that, at least having an advisory committee that can help provide your new ombuds with a sense of where are the soft spots, where are the vulnerabilities, where are the sensitivities, what's been going on as far as the spirit of the times right here in this location is invaluable. And so any program that I would recommend for you all would at least include an advisory council of some sort. It's really up to the leadership of the college to decide how they want to structure the official reporting channels, because you do have to have the engagement of the leadership to implement changes and to listen to the feedback that an ombuds can give of that aggregate kind of messaging. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, it answered my question. I just had a quick follow-up.
Sure.
Could you point to other higher ed institutions that do like a shared governance committee to oversee the ombuds program? Do you know of any yourself?
Yes, University of Oregon. I set up the program in Eugene for the University of Oregon. It has an ombuds advisory committee, and it also, at least in my tenure with the university, routinely met, at least on a quarterly basis, gave upward reports and feedback to what they have as a university senate, which is a merged governance. So it was faculty, staff, and students. And also met with all the various sub-entities of shared governance up there, because there still was a faculty group. There was so University of Oregon is a good benchmark that way, but there are, if I go back to my list, I could probably give you 30 benchmarks for that.
Well, no, good to know that we wouldn't be the only one if we went that route.
Right,
Thank
right.
you.
Any other? Trustee Parker?
Sure. First of all, I want to say thank you. Excellent presentation, and I'm very much in support of bringing this type of program to Santa Barbara City College. I want to say, though, I recognize that we have formal processes and protocols in our board policies and in Ed Code that can be confusing and awkward and have gaps. Nevertheless, I want to be sure that we don't continue, we don't look at the ombuds as a solution to that, that we need to make sure that the formal processes for students, employees are accessible. But when you were talking, I would just like a little bit more detail about some of the things that might come up. You were talking about, for the example, a student might be upset about a grade, want to come in and talk about it, questioning whether or not to go through a formal process. Employee-to-employee relations, there may be challenges. For new ombuds in particular, but I would think for anybody over time, the trust that you would have to have in the community to go to, it sounds to me like you might go to the instructor and say, some issues are coming up around student grades, or you might go to the manager or to a colleague and say, this person would like us to mediate a situation. Can you talk a little bit about how you would handle that kind of thing, or an ombuds would handle that a little bit more specifically?
Sure, absolutely. Let me give you some real-time, down-to-earth examples of that from other institutions. For example, a pattern emerging at one of the higher ed institutions that I served as an ombuds, where students would prepare to graduate, and lo and behold, they'd find out they were 1 credit hour short based on misadvising. And that developing to the scale that it was really a pattern, that the student advisement process needed to have some checks to it to address that issue. And working in close collaboration with the registrar of that institution to identify what the root causes of that were, and then to work with the counseling, the student counseling and advisement in the Dean of Students office to help address those root causes through programmatic review, where they accepted the problem as bounded by the ombuds through these case examples, and then worked to implement their own solution. One example. Another example was a pattern of student and faculty fraternization, if you will, where it particularly involved, with great impact, graduate students at this particular research institution. And the graduate students, if their relationship with the faculty deteriorated for any particular reason, it had devastating consequences. So providing that feedback to the provost and to the leadership of that campus to say, we've got a problem with this, with the graduate studies here, with kind of rampant faculty-student fraternization concerns that are leading to real devastating impacts for graduate students. And I know this is a community college setting, but a comparable kind of another example where the faculty senate took this up as an issue and developed its own standards around student-faculty relationships so that they could come to grips with that kind of situation. But the ombuds has to have a level of gravitas and a level of confidence that when it comes forward with these issues, that the campus will do something about it. But along with that, they have the responsibility to effectively bound that problem for the campus with adequate information and detail while protecting the individual confidentialities involved, but coming forward to provide that sort of information. So a couple of examples where that occurs. Is that helpful?
Yep.
Trustee Becky.
Thank you for coming. One of the issues we have here in school is having a broken report or grievance structure where students report issues and it takes like 6 months for an effective or feedback back to the student happens. How long would it take if I happen to have a problem with a faculty member and I come to the ombuds program? How long on the average do you think it would take to get back to me?
To access the ombuds?
No, not to access, for you to get back to me after like an investigation or...
Well, the ombuds doesn't really conduct formal investigations, at least with the typical higher education model. Now, there are ombuds internationally that do have investigative authority and issue reports, but for an organizational ombuds, because of the requirements of starting out neutral and ending up neutral, we don't really investigate and report. What normally happens in a case where a person has something that they might want to take through the grievance process, the person will come, talk to the ombuds, we'll explore what the practical and real limitations of the ombuds, of the grievance process are, but also talk about other ways to resolve that without having to rely on the grievance process. So for example, at Los Alamos National Laboratory, when we set up the ombuds program, the number of grievances dropped by 80%. The number of EEO concerns filed with the state human rights and the federal EEOC dropped by 98%. We dropped to 0 in some years because people didn't feel like they had to resort to a formal investigation to get their concern dealt with. They could deal with it directly and not rely on the good sense of a third party to say, all right, here's what we're going to do for you, but rather, here's what you can do for yourself through this plan, through moving forward with this approach. So as far as the time frames go, ombuds typically work with people. It's a very light touch. Typically, the average case is 1 or 2 visits, and the person has what they need to move forward. A couple of weeks at the most. Some of the dicier cases will last longer, but inevitably they're resolved more effectively. So it's normally an advantage to not having to go through the formal process.
Just a follow-up. For the implementation, how much on the average do you think this program will cost?
How much does the program cost?
Yeah, for it to be implemented in the school.
It depends on the scale and scope of the program, but typically an ombuds program is lightly staffed. It's normally 2 to 3 people, depending on the size of the organization. So the annual budget is typically less than $300,000, things like that. It's not a heavily resource-intensive program. Normally on campus, the real resource that's the biggest challenge is space. Finding that place that's sends the right message of independence, but is also seamlessly confidential. And on campus, space is often a huge challenge. And I'd add to that question, since I've got the opportunity for the soapbox here, an ombuds easily pays its cost in terms of the return on investment. As an example, 2 protected class middle managers in an organization were displaced in the same reorganization structure. One took it to court. $1.3 million later, they still had no formal assignment in the organization, and it was still unresolved. All of that money had gone to cost and attorney's fees. The other person used the ombuds process, did get back pay through an informal agreement, $17,000, and 6 weeks later, they were in a new position, happy in that position, was comparable to their old position, and it had saved the institution $1 million. It's 3 years of ombuds budget, basically.
Trustee Gallardo.
Yes. Welcome, Mr. McAllister, and thank you for your
you.
presentation. Thank you for asking, because I just whispered to Marsha, I'm like, do we know the cost of this? So that gives a range, so that solves that. I was thinking along the lines of maybe what Trustee Parker was asking, and maybe mine's more of a logistical question, but what would be, assuming a contract approval or service agreement is approved, what's the time frame by which the program could actually start? Because with any institution, you're going to have to have time to learn the policies, the procedures, and it probably varies by institution. Some more complex, some needed more support to do that. What is your sense, assuming that a contract was approved on the first of a month, what would?
Well, the ombuds, any new ombuds, individual ombuds, goes through a really tough first 6 months or so, because they're busy. You don't want to turn visitors away the minute the program's announced. You have to be prepared to see people, even if it's in interim space, that sort of thing, because I guarantee you there is a pent-up backlog out there. So you have to be prepared to be an ombuds on day one. Now, to have the program up and running, there are some advantages to taking a little bit of lead time to get your documentation in order, to get a website up and running, to get space arrangements made. But typically, the last major program I set up for Oregon, we were fully operational in about 90 days. And that was for the entire university, including students, faculty, and staff. So it depends on the scope. It depends on how much advance time. But what I've told Dr. Beebe on that front is that basically, with a contractor approach, you have the advantage of being able to basically start with a turnkey program kind of right out of the box, because we do have the tracking system capability, we have the policy, the templates for policy and things like that. So it doesn't take a huge lead time. It will vary depending on the scope and depending on the particular social aspects or cultural aspects of the institution. That said, the first year, the Ombuds is really busy doing what I call cross-reach. You're reaching out, you're meeting with your general counsel, you're meeting with your HR director, you're meeting with your Title IX coordinator, you're explaining what the Ombuds does and doesn't do, and you're learning at the same time what these folks do so that you can be a competent referral resource for all those people. And in larger, more complex organizations, that can take a chunk of time, and it ends up being basically kind of a handbook for your ombuds about what all these different campus security authorities do, things like that, student counseling, all that. So there's an extensive window of time, even if you're ostensibly operational, where you're still reaching out and doing all this cross-reach and program integration for the Ombuds program.
Yeah, and if I could just ask one follow-up question, if Trustee Haslan would, you want to wait? You mentioned to Trustee Aboud, local context matters, and local context obviously does. We are one of the pilots with Guided Pathways. We have our local promise program. The way our foundation is set up, we have the MOU. Our local promise students have the added benefit, and maybe sometimes too much benefit, of having foundation staff care for them, staff that's dedicated to their caseload. We also have dedicated counselors that are supporting them. We also have dedicated counselors specific to our local high school students. How would an ombuds come into a system like that, where internally we're still figuring out our systems because we care so much about our students and our community is so involved, and then we bring this other layer in? Any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. The ombuds in that kind of context becomes an extension of your own eyes and ears, because it allows you, it's a quality tool for you. It allows you to get feedback about priorities, what you need to work on next in terms of where the questions are coming in to the ombuds, and it allows you to test and validate whether or not the changes that you've implemented or the systems that you've put in place are working effectively or need to be tweaked a little. So the ombuds is not there to be another complication in that, resource mix, but is there primarily not to double up on that, but to provide feedback about how that counseling situation or process is working. Are there gaps in access to that? Are there problems with that where some subgroup of beneficiaries is feeling like they're not getting adequate access? That sort of thing. So it's an extension of your own kind of validation process in those types of settings.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today and to helping us understand what the benefits of this might be. I'm very supportive of the idea, and I was part of the group that went to the University of California in Santa Barbara to speak with the chancellor and to speak with others who have had a lot of experience. I mean, UCSB has had an ombudsperson since the early 1970s.
Right.
But the question I posed to the chancellor was, you know, can you think of any reason this might not work? Is there a downside to moving in this direction and perhaps amplifying that with the notion that, do you know from your own experience of anywhere where they've taken this step, expended the resources, and it just didn't work?
Yes, absolutely, and that's a great question. And just recently, here in Southern California, Sandia National Laboratory, that has had an ombuds program since the early 1990s, just eliminated its program. There are some other programs that have been launched. They launch with great aspirations, and then they kind of trickle down to something that people question whether it's of adequate value. And it comes back, as I've seen it, to that reference I made to the legs of the stool. If the ombuds is thought of as just a conflict resolution resource and not as a senior risk management expert, and if you hire people that just exist to serve individual visitors coming in and helping that visitor, that's great, but HR can do that. The counseling services can do that. There's any number of resources that can do that aspect of it. It's the mix of handling those intakes with seamless support for those visitors so that they come out feeling like it was value added, they're empowered, their situation was solved. But the learning and reporting and feedback process that goes along with that, the staff development process that goes along with that, and the ad hoc kind of emergent risk management, heading off those emergent risk management processes that goes along with that. If the ombuds fails on any one of those four legs, the stool will tip over. And typically, where it tips over is the organization gets comfortable with its ombuds and figures that anybody can move in and do that role, and they cease to function as a senior risk management resource and begin to just focus on one leg of the stool, either training or just doing the mediation. So the risk, that's the major risk. The second risk or challenge that we all work with now, and this is in fact an issue that you all should consider, is the turnover at the executive levels. For example, in setting up the University of Oregon Ombuds Office, I was brought in to work directly with then President Mike Gottfredson, who in fairly short order, within about a year of my tenure at Oregon, left and returned to UC Irvine. Had an acting president, then provost, followed by a new president. The re-education cycle that's involved with that and the commitment and support of the individual managers are the other big threat to an ombuds. And when I say threat, I mean to the concept of the ombuds. It doesn't necessarily mean that a manager is evil when they come in and say, you know, we don't need the ombuds, but it is a matter of the ombuds relies on that seamless feedback to the executive leadership. And if that's not owned by that leadership, then there's a high risk of at least sub-optimization of that ombuds program, if not utter failure, because you're always having to redesign it, work to the different philosophy of the leader. So at this time in this college's at the place and time we are here, that could potentially be an issue that you'll want to factor into your thinking on this.
Any other questions from the board? President Beebe, I think you have.
Yeah, I have a question for you. It's an access question. In terms of gender equity kinds of issues, in terms of issues that students, faculty, staff may have that are people of color, what is your thinking, what is your experience related to those topics relative to an ombuds as an individual or a team, or how does that work? I'm concerned about the access topic. If I'm more comfortable working with you based on whatever that may be, what's your experience with that?
Technically speaking, at a superficial level, an ombuds can never be diverse enough. I can't be 56% female, 48% male, whatever the demographic is. No ombuds, whether they're a person of color, a female, a male, can ever adequately reflect the diversity of the visitor base that they're expected to serve. So what does an ombuds do under those circumstances? The ombuds concept, because it's designed to be an absolutely neutral concept, is hinged on effectively listening and understanding the concerns of each visitor, whether it's a transgender female that comes to see you as the ombuds, whether it is a person of color, whether it's a person who's disabled, who's hearing impaired and has his or her very unique culture by virtue of American Sign Language and the linkage of language to culture, whether it's a native person. So the challenge for the ombuds and the approach that an ombuds has to take is to recognize that I'm not you. So it's really incumbent upon me for you to help me understand you and your need in the context of you being you. Whether you're a younger female, whether you're a person that I would assume I'd have a lot in common with, and it turns out I don't, because they happen to look like me, but they have a very different experience base. So you have to, the key is in the approach and in the listening and the authentic admission that I can't possibly understand your own individual path to this office. I have to rely on you to bring me to that level of understanding. Now, there are some practical things that we do. I always leverage the resources possible. When there's a gender issue, for example, if we've got a female case coordinator, you try to hire diversity into the positions available to you. You also try to leverage, for example, you and I talked this morning, I mentioned at Oregon, they have a graduate level conflict resolution school through the law school. And they have interns that are always looking for great intern opportunities. So bring people of color, bring people, a gender mix, ethnicity mix. To the maximum extent you can leverage that, you do. But that's always in dynamic tension with program cost. You can't hire a whole team of 72 people so that you've got every Native American tribe in California covered and things like that. So it's really in the authenticness of just admitting, you're going to have to educate me. I am not a transgender person. I haven't gone through that pathway. So help me really understand, then we can talk about what your goals are. So it really takes that kind of openness and authentic listening.
Thank you.
Mr. McAllister, thank you very much. This has been extraordinarily helpful and informative for the board, and it's a subject that we really want to dig into even more, and your comments tonight and presentation have been very, very helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. There is a presentation that's got more slides about the nuts and bolts of implementation, what would be involved with that. I didn't want to go into all that with at this point, but there's more information available for you.
I have no doubt we'll be back to you with more questions.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
President Miller, may I ask, or Dr. Beebe, what are next steps on this?
I think we need to look at some of the models that have been put in place related to community colleges, and as Trustee Abood pointed out, those that relate to shared governance, because I know that the campus is very concerned about having that distance from administration, but with dotted line support of a program like this, and I want to be able to explore and report back some of those models that are out there that have been implemented across the country related to ombuds programs in community colleges.
Thank you. Can I just?
Trustee Abood.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Beebe, for moving forward with it. I think I didn't see any disagreement in the board, so I think you have direction to do it. I think some things to keep in mind, this is just from what I've heard, the student demands are they're culturally competent, selected in partnership with impacted groups, and consist of at least 2 people, and have prior knowledge of higher ed. So I think those are great metrics to go also include in the selection and moving forward.
Thank you very much.
So just Trustee Wood, I'm not giving direction or not direction, and I don't think that that's the discussion we had. I think it was just a presentation. And I would like to see this, as this is unfolding, to see it in tandem with our budget. I know it's been a while, and we had a lot of things that got backlogged, and so the new funding formula and anything that is mission money, we like to look at it, I think, with everything else. So just be mindful of that, and if anybody disagrees, that that's important to look at all the different moving parts here.
Trustee Croninger.
I'd agree with Trustee Gallardo. I think that we do need to see it in the context of cost with the other moving parts in our budget, which we haven't had a chance to kind of come to grips with, and that's typical at this time of year. But as we move forward, I'm uncomfortable with spending without seeing the other things we're spending on, and also in an ongoing spending in an ongoing way, which this would be. I'm also uncomfortable with the idea that any of us are directing you on any specifics at this point. So I think what we're saying is go forth and look at what you described.
Just to comment on that, I didn't take what Trustee Abood was saying necessarily as a directive, but as a recommendation or suggestion to move forward and explore in more detail and bring back to you exactly what you're talking about. I'd also like to explore with CEO Green from the foundation, who has experiences at UCSB, understands the Ombuds program there, and maybe there's some support that we can get from the foundation. So all of these pieces have yet to be tied together, but it's something that I want to be able to explore, and I appreciate the support that I'm hearing from the board.
Yeah.
Yes, Trustee.
One other thought as you're exploring, I want to be sure that we are also paying attention to our unions and not engaging in something that they may feel is part of their purview, that we've got that worked out.
Who's that?
Paying attention to how our unions feel
the
about the
unions.
kinds of tasks that are being proposed here and whether they are impacted in any way.
Trustee Nielsen.
I don't want to repeat what the previous 2 trustees said, so I'd like to add, we have some other changes we're looking at around here. We've seen the budget change and changes coming through, and some of the changes probably going to happen in the in the personnel department and in other areas, and how does this overlap? And I always get very concerned when we talk about long-term obligations. And this is not like a one-time thing. This is long-term, so I think if you need more information, you think you do to implement it, then we should get that information. That's all.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. We're now going to turn to item 6.1.
President Miller, just as a point of order and maybe to answer questions from the board and the public, I mean, normally we take public comment before we move to any discussion or report item, and I'm just curious at the adjustment today, since we're going to be hearing public comment, general public comment.
My plan is to have the presentation first, followed by public comment. I thought it would be instructive and helpful for those who are addressing the board to hear the presentation before the public comment.
I just meant the item 8, the general public comment, 8.1. We would normally have that at
I understand.
6.
We did make some adjustments
Yeah.
to accommodate timing of speakers and so on,
Okay.
but that is coming later than ordinary.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Could I ask a follow-up question? Are the public comments submitted, are they for 6.1, or are they under 8.1, or where, how do they spread out?
They've identified, we've got 3 that have specifically identified they want to comment on 6.1.
Okay.
So let me just say that there, as background, there's been a number of alleged racial discrimination incidents over the past months that have been investigated. And the college's legal counsel has been requested to prepare a memorandum summarizing each of the incidents and the findings that resulted. So now I'll call on Craig Price to discuss the report and ask him to summarize how the investigations were conducted and by whom. And then after his presentation, we will hear public comments from 3 speakers on the memorandum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Beebe. The purpose of this presentation is really twofold. First, to add transparency to something which you have all heard from many in the college community is long overdue. And second of all is to try and, through bringing forth the results of these investigations and these reviews, to help understand how the college got to the point where it is today, where there have been obviously an elevated number of alleged racial incidents and racial tension on campus. So those are really the purposes that we're looking at in putting this together. I'm just by way of background, I've only been involved with the college for the last 10 years, and certainly there's the highest level of tension I've seen, quite frankly, before last year. Joe Shoulder, my partner, and we handle all kinds of complaints that get referred to us. I don't remember a racial incident complaint coming forward. I may well be wrong on that, but certainly this is unique. You have heard your longtime employee, Annette Cordero, say that the climate, because of so many of these things, in her opinion, is the worst in, she may have said 40 years, but it may have been less than that. I want to give her credit for being younger than what 40 years would mean, but it may be 40 years. So obviously there's a problem. Examination of the racial incidents, of course, does not allow a focus which is going to solve all of the problems, but certainly in terms of the racially charged incidents that have gone on, by examining the facts and hopefully being able to establish some common ground among the different groups that have varying viewpoints on what it is that the college should do. All these suggestions that have been made by different interest groups, both inside and outside of the formal college organization, things that your board is thinking about, you have a resolution. So by trying to unpack at least these incidents, maybe, hopefully, there are some things that can be learned. So since really April of last year, say just about a year, there have been 8 racially related incidents for which complaints have been filed, or in 3 cases, the college has formally heard about these things for the first time when they've come forward at a board meeting. You had 3 of those at one particular meeting. And so we have been asked, as the board president said, to bring together the information in relation to these complaints, all 8 of them, in a summary way that doesn't violate personnel privacy, and as accurately as we can, for the purpose of allowing you and others in the college community to draw conclusions and probably and hopefully to be able to look ahead with a somewhat clearer idea of what the appropriate next steps would be. I would say that, I want to say that none of these complaints were investigated by either Mr. Shoulder or myself or my office. They either involve college staff or outside investigators. In addition to these 8 complaints, there is 1 pending complaint that really can't be commented on for personnel privacy reasons. That is undergoing completion right now. And that one is being investigated by Felicita Torres in our office. And hopefully that's going to be concluded. In certain cases where I will comment, although we haven't investigated the complaint, we have participated in the determination aspect. And that means commonly when an investigation is done of an administrative complaint, the investigator goes out and finds the facts, talks to the witnesses, puts the information together, does what any investigator would be expected to do, and then makes factual findings. But ordinarily, the investigator's work stops there because the next step involves applying legal conclusions to the facts that have been found. And so the college's Office of Legal Counsel, Mr. Shoulder and I, Felicita and another gentleman participate when asked to do so, because that process involves not just pulling it out of our hat, but looking at the federal law, looking at the state law, looking at, in some cases, legions of cases from around the United States, particularly in federal courts, to do everything we can to make sure that we're getting it right. And like anybody else, we don't always get it right. So I'm going to go through these items. The summaries are relatively brief. It may be that you have questions during the presentation, so jump in if you do. If I can't answer, I'm confident that Joe Shoulder can. And I want to have him have an opportunity at the right point, perhaps after you have board questions, to be able to add to whatever I've missed. Yes, sir.
Just before you go on, can you give us a brief pedigree of the investigators who investigated these cases?
I will. How about if I do it case by case?
Okay.
Instead of just going through a list, because there's not that many. So I'm going to take, in the interest of time particularly, let's see. I'm going to take the first 2 complaints together because they arose on the same date, and the pedigree of the individual who investigated these complaints is Dean Rodriguez here at the college. So this was not done by an outside investigator. I don't know what role these 2 complaints played in the forward progression of later complaints that were brought before you, that were brought to the college. I would expect that they played some role, but I have no way of knowing that. But the complaints are troubling because these complaints, which were thoroughly investigated according to the paperwork that we've reviewed by Dean Rodriguez, were found to be completely unfounded, without any basis. The second complaint involved an instructor who allegedly assaulted a black student in the class, and when the supposed victim was interviewed, the victim expressed shock and dismay and said, well, nothing like that ever happened. And imagine that. I think he expressed that he was 6'2" and 220, and the female instructor was, somewhere in this neighborhood. And then the other complaint that the student filed, actually on April 18, on the same day, involved a claim that the same instructor who allegedly assaulted the black student also used the full N-word in class. And of course, that was a shocking claim that anybody would do that under, any but extraordinary, if even that, circumstances. Well, the dean was furnished the names of a number of witnesses, and 6 of those witnesses responded to his request and were interviewed. And to a person, they said, no, that never happened. Never happened at all. What happened was that in the course of a discussion that had to do with the content that was being taught, the instructor used the abbreviated form. In other words, he said N-word in giving an example that was found to have been completely appropriate under the circumstances. So in response to the dean's finding, he wrote to the student on May 21, a month later, and told her that her allegations were unfounded and that the accused instructor would have a case against her if she chose to file a counter complaint. He also pointed out in his correspondence that within the preceding year, the same student had made unfounded allegations against another instructor for an inappropriate relationship. He then warned the student against violating the student code of conduct that prohibits dishonesty in furnishing false information. Now, obviously that's disturbing to the extent that the claims that were made could have ricocheted through the community and added concerns that perhaps didn't exist before. I don't know. But what I do know is that instead of having that complaint promptly wrapped up after the dean's completion of it in terms of the things that was his responsibility, it sat in HR for 7 months. And the only reason it got out of HR is because the faculty association realized what was going on, and they insisted that proper closure of the complaint occur. And so at that time, we were asked to step in and put something together, and the documentation was filed to close the complaint. And the last point on that is that even after all of that, and when the complaint was finally formally closed in December, the same student was making the same claims only last month, posting a comment, at least one comment I saw on the channel's website, stating that, naming this instructor by name, calling her, saying she was guilty of a racist offense and that the college did nothing at all. So, did any of this spread around campus and add to the current climate? I don't know. But certainly, we have enough other incidents that followed on that furthered the concerns that arose. The next...
Can I just ask
Yes.
Mr. Price for a moment?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, President Miller. Just on those two, can I have a little bit of clarification? So the student was notified in May by the dean, is that correct? Did the student get direct notification in May that the investigation had found that these claims were unfounded, but then formal closure didn't happen until December? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to be sure that at least the student was notified, if not necessarily the instructor and the entire case being closed. Thank you.
Obviously, closure is very important.
Critically important, I see that.
That's a shortcoming that, one of several that needs to be addressed. So the next incident, call that incident number 3, was, of course, a very major situation that occurred here on campus. And it had to do with the November 14 meeting of the Gender Equity Working Group, when a administrator who was co-leading the group at that time, in expressing shock over hearing that black students were subjected to the N-word around campus, actually used that N-word. And of course, you all know that that set off, I think it would be fair to say, a firestorm. The administrator who was involved in that self-reported to Dr. Beebe, actually. And as a result of that, we were asked, how should the matter be handled from a standpoint of process, meaning from a standpoint of a complaint having been filed by the individual who did the action. And so in that case, we thought it would be very important to have a high-quality outside investigator come in. And so we consulted with a group that we sometimes use, Public Interest Investigations in Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles, and a woman by the name of Christina Dalton was engaged to do the investigation. She is a lawyer, and you will find that any outside investigator is undoubtedly either going to be a lawyer or is going to be involved with law enforcement or formerly associated with law enforcement. And the main reason for that is that the Business and Professions Code regulates who can do investigations. And the additional reason for that is because investigators benefit hugely by having the skill sets that lawyers are trained to do in questioning people and doing fact-finding. So Christina Dalton is an investigator with a firm that does investigations for a number of higher education institutes I know around the state, and she's also worked with Joe's in my office in doing investigations for other K-12 districts that we work with, and we selected them because we have confidence in the quality of the work that they do and the thoroughness that they bring to the table. In any event, she interviewed 22 witnesses. I think some of them were re-interviews. It was combined with the attachments. It was quite a tome, and it was all summarized down into findings and so on. And ultimately, she concluded that that the administrator used the word in when she was in and exhibiting a state of shock, and which was quickly followed by embarrassment having to do with her use of the word in disbelief, and that although there was conflicting evidence, she apologized before she left the room, and she apologized, I think it may have been 40 minutes later when she came back into the room. These were the findings, because even if you ask 3 people who witnessed an accident, what did you see, there are always going to be discrepancies. It doesn't mean that somebody isn't telling the truth, but especially in a highly charged situation like that, where the folks in that room were understandably very, very upset. People have different recollections, and so a trained investigator who has no stake in the outcome is trying to put it together. But she was confident, based upon the majority of what the witnesses said, that it occurred in the way that she described. And certainly she concluded that it was not, the word was not used in a way that was intended to be derogatory at all, or nor involving a racial slur in any way. So, of course, some of you, all of you have heard that during the course of this investigation, the administrator agreed at the outset to go on 8 days of unpaid leave, and then she went back on paid leave, because when a matter is under investigation, there is no ability for the college or any other community college or K-12 district to put somebody out on unpaid leave absent commission of some kind of a serious crime that threatens people. And so at the conclusion of Ms. Dalton's investigation, Mr. Shoulder and I examined the law, and we concluded that under the clear authority of the law, that there was no ability of the college to discipline the administrator had they determined that they wanted to. And the reason for that was based upon any number of legal precedents, but basically, the law in general says where there is no negative intent, no discriminatory intent, and where it's a one-time incident, that's not enough under the law to constitute illegal harassment or racial discrimination. And these are statutes, and our policies incorporate the law under those statutes. And examples were given in the courts of, for example, it's incredible to hear about it, but there was one woman who had a court case, and a black woman, and somebody hung a noose over her workplace on 2 different occasions, and the federal courts found that that wasn't enough because it was a one-time occasion. I mean, shocking. In any event, that conclusion was, that investigation of the administrator was concluded. The process that is mandated was followed. The report was submitted to the individual instructor who made the complaint, as well as to the administrator in the chancellor's office. And there has been an opportunity for, I think, 14 days to file an appeal to the board, and none has been filed to this date. So I think I saw your
Yeah.
I'm sorry for
Trustee Abboud has a
going
question.
on.
So I'm interested in what the investigation actually said. I don't know if that is a public document or not, but just this sentence here: the investigator found the administrator apologized during the meeting and was embarrassed and upset, does not seem like the full story. And that's not what we've heard from people, from even both sides and the media. And so I'm just troubled by having this sentence in here. It kind of rewrites history on the official document that's on our agenda. And we note that she left the room and then came back. And there are other details that I think are not included on here that contributed to the angst that so many people felt. And I just, I feel uncomfortable with having this one be sparse with others being a little longer. And, I think it just doesn't represent the full situation from what we've heard.
Well, we could have submitted, many, many pages. It was a long report, and the report went through the nature of the discussions that preceded the event in question, having to do with the discussion about doing a safety survey on campus, about who should do it. For example, some of the discussion at that meeting involved individuals at that meeting stating that the safety survey should not be undertaken by a white person. And so really the whole thing goes on and on and on. And in some instances, you know, it's concerning that the discussion included some of the things that it did. They weren't all supportive of the administrator. They weren't all against the administrator. But the focus of the investigation is based upon the charge by the person who complained that the administrator engaged in unlawful discrimination and created a hostile work environment. And so the facts that I've only briefly summarized here are the ones that directly bear on that issue. I've had others ask me, well, can we get a copy of the report? And I understand that if I were you, I'd want to get a copy of that report too. But you are the appeal body, so that if something goes forward from this point, you act like an appeal court, and you have to maintain your independence. And normally the appeal court does not get the decision from the court below until somebody files an appeal. There would be a serious issue of a breach of due process if we were going to willy-nilly hand out these reports to you or members of the college community. They can't be. And so it's not a question of hiding something, but we have spoken about the possibility when we get past there being any possibility of an appeal, what more could be given to the board that might satisfy any further inquiries that you might have. Because we'd like to be able to share it with you. Does that answer your, that's the best I can do.
I think my question was more like, why was the sentence constructed the way it was? Because like you just mentioned, it doesn't capture the whole situation. And I feel like this one could have been, because of what the situation was and what it meant to this college, maybe we could have spent some more time on this one, elaborating the context. And also, I fear that in stating it in this way, it does kind of put a chilling effect on people now feeling, well, if I had an issue, it's going to end up in a legal report saying there was no issue. And so that's my main question is, why does it say it in this way? It says they apologized during the meeting, was embarrassed and upset. But we know that that's not the full story of what happened. And I think you maybe even alluded to that the report does have more. And so I know you could have put in 24 pages, but maybe we could have put in like a couple more sentences that gave a clearer picture of what happened, and that's just my concern
Well, there
here.
would be no picture of what happened in a couple more sentences or a couple more paragraphs. The language that's used here in the one sentence is directly from the report. In fact, it says, found the administrator apologized. I didn't add in here both before she left the meeting and after she came back.
Yeah.
The point that the investigator found was that she did apologize. Some contended that that did not occur. That was a key finding, and that's why I put it in there. The investigation concluded based on virtually everyone saying that throughout the entire course, after she uttered this word, that she was embarrassed and she was upset and she cried and she cried and she continued to cry and continued to be upset and never stopped being upset until she left the room. And that when she came back in the room with EVP Ralston, I don't know if it was a half hour or 40 minutes later, she was still in that state. So there's a lot of stuff, a lot of fringe that could be added, but it would not alter the specificity of the findings that were reached here. But again, it would be potentially useful if we could get you more of what was included so you could get a fuller picture that would not alter the findings that were made one bit, but it would shed more light on what the context was of the discussion, if and to the extent that you or others believe in a situation like this that context matters.
Yeah, and I thank you, and I think that would be helpful because, and the reason is, because when this incident had occurred and when it became, when it came to these board meetings, we had trustees saying, well, we don't know what actually happened. We need an investigation. And this does not, like, if I was a brand new trustee from out of the area, just got here, hadn't read any of the news, and I read this paragraph, I feel like I wouldn't know what actually happened. And that wouldn't be able to inform me on how to best move forward. So I feel like I've tried my best to be in tune and talk to people and feel what they're feeling, understand what they understood. But, the board did ask that the board claimed, some board member claimed that, we can't make a decision, we can't take action, we can't move forward, we can't make things better if we don't know what actually happened. And I just want to make sure that if this is the only official statement of what happened that's public, I want it to just be a little more reflective of what actually happened. I think the details you provided about the survey and the contention on that, I think were relevant because they did end up leading into this instance. So that's just my point, and thank you for understanding.
Well, there could be considerable disagreement with respect to whether earlier discussions about what ought to go in the survey and who ought to do it and so on is relevant to whether the utterance of the N-word, the full unabbreviated N-word at that time was intentional, whether it was intended as a slander, and whether there was an apology, et cetera. But I hope that we can find a vehicle for giving you the additional information, which I understand you would like to be able to have. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, the next item actually involved the same staff member who made the complaint in the N-word controversy, claiming discrimination and hostile work environment against an adjunct instructor for having sent out a campus-wide email. There was a flurry of emails going back and forth after the N-word incident, in which this instructor used the full N-word and some other derogatory ethnic as well as other words. And he was expressing his views, as I say here, and I think these are terms that he used, about multiculturalism, racism, and free speech. And he was writing in opposition to different viewpoints that had been written about. And so the answer to that complaint was that it did not constitute anything for which the instructor could be restrained, disciplined, or anything else, because it was an exercise of free speech. And free speech absolutely requires, it's not requires, hardly requires it. It allows those kinds of statements to be made. The next one.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Could you clarify what free speech means, especially in an educational environment?
I'm sorry, what?
Could you clarify what free speech means, especially in an educational environment where you have to have mutual respect for others?
Well, generally speaking, free speech does not entail.
Craig, can you, Mike?
Free speech does not generally entail any requirement that there be respect for others, et cetera. Free speech means what it says it means. So, for example, this is off subject, but maybe it's the first example that comes to mind. When people come up here during public comment, they are allowed to say the meanest, nastiest things imaginable. And under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, they have an absolute right to do that, no matter how wrong it might be. I mean, the person, if it's untrue and if they're defamed, might go after them, but that hardly ever happens. So free speech is free speech. But in an educational institution, free speech is somewhat confined, meaning that in your employment, to the extent that you are engaged in activities for your employer, you don't have those same broad rights. And there's a whole body of law that describes that. But clearly, and we've seen this over and over again, and we've really examined it, when faculty members are engaging in this back and forth discussion and arguing different political or sociological, philosophical points, and they're using words like this, they're absolutely not subject to discipline. We've seen in earlier cases, actually, one from more than a year ago, that when people engage in, through expressing themselves in email, for example, and the content of what is distributed around is so vile and so disgusting and so hurtful that even if it constitutes free speech, that person can be found to have violated the college's rules of professional conduct. The faculty has rules of professional conduct. And I think that's a useful tool that can be made. Unfortunately, those rules don't really have any teeth when it comes to faculty and those kinds of things, and they don't afford a basis for discipline other than perhaps at most a hand slap. Okay?
I just want to get this right. Are you saying a faculty member can use the N-word anytime just under free speech? Is that what you're saying?
No, absolutely not. If a faculty member, for example, uses the full N-word as a racial slur in a derogatory sense, then they stand to be disciplined. Absolutely.
Isn't that free speech?
Pardon?
Isn't that free speech?
No. No, that's what I called or described as version 2 of free speech, because when the faculty member is working for the college, then there are additional obligations that are put on the faculty member, and if they use that word in a discriminatory way with an intent, a negative intent to be hurtful or discriminate, or to harass, you bet they can be disciplined. But not when there's an academic exercise going back and forth on the emails. I mean, you may know that a very esteemed black Harvard law professor wrote a book that many people, think is herald. It's a very important work, and other people, of course, criticize it, that invokes the N-word on the title. So, these are terribly difficult issues that I don't pretend to have the answer to, other than to look to what others have experienced and try and bring that to bear. Because it's a tremendously challenging and hurtful societal issue that's been going on for a long time, and I would guess is going to go on for a lot longer. Okay?
Craig, I have a question.
I do have something I need to say about some of this before we go on. The reason I believe that the Ombudsman program, I'm just going to throw that out there, is so important is because, all due respect to our legal counsel, we've got a legal bar that's here. But above that is something that we need to aspire to and achieve, which is, what's right is one thing, what's legal it could be a little bit different bar. And I think what you're suggesting, Trustee Mbechi, is that we need to set a standard that's higher than the legal standard. We can't be so immersed in the legalistic aspects of all of this to forget what's right. And I think that's what's been missing here. As I say, all due respect to the legal counsel, we need to achieve a higher level of all of this. And I think that if we have a caring entity within the organization, such as an ombuds person that can help us figure out what's right as it's happening down at the relational level, that we won't have to engage these folks. We won't have to engage the legalistic aspect of all of this, which I think is what we're all yearning for. We're yearning to get away from this kind of report, which it boils it down to, something that is it leaves out a lot, as you're talking about, Trustee Abboud. You know, this is the stripped down version of what happened. It may be just the facts, but we know that as humans, there's much more behind all of this that we have to recognize and honor. And that's where I'm coming from with this. We've got to do better.
Thank you.
Whenever somebody says to me, with all due respect, I know what they really mean. Would it be all right if I asked Joe Shoulder to come down and just summarize the next three are all claims that first arose at the board meeting on November 19? He's a good off-the-cuff speaker, I think. We'll see.
I did want to say one thing before I get to the next three items.
Microphone.
I wanted to say one thing before I get to the next three items. The First Amendment, as you've been told, is very complicated. And it is messy, and it is unpleasant. And a lot of the speech, I'm going to have to move this up, a lot of the speech that makes people very upset and makes people very upset on this campus and is speech that, as a matter of law, we can't do anything about. And that does not mean that as human beings, we don't care about what it is that people are saying. It doesn't mean that as members of the college and as people who care about the college, that we don't care about it either, because we do. But when we get calls from people on campus, when we get calls from students to fire people, to terminate their employment, to punish them, that's when we need, unfortunately, to look at the law. So when we're going through these items and we're saying to you, nothing was done to this employee and nothing was done to that employee, do not take it as the lawyers or the college or the administration thinking to itself, well, this is perfectly acceptable conduct. It's not perfectly acceptable conduct. We don't want this to happen. That's what you've just heard from the administration. But what we want to happen and the environment that you want to have here, that's one thing. When it gets to us, unfortunately, we're beyond that. We're not talking about what the ideal situation is. We're talking about the legal rights and obligations that the college has and the legal rights that employees have. Okay?
I'm sorry, just to follow up on what you said.
Certainly.
I'm a student here, and I think when I hear a racial slur, I get harassed, and using of a racial slur is harassment. Would you agree?
I'm sorry?
The use of a racial slur is harassment. Would you agree with that?
Well, I will tell you this. In the number 4, you have to look at the context. And so in this fourth one that we just talked about, there was a debate going back and forth. And this word in item number 4, and in fact in item number 3, nobody used the word, and these are the findings of the investigator, nobody used the word as a racial slur. If you look at the cases, what they say repeatedly is, if you use these words as a racial slur, if you call somebody this name, horrible name, with the intent to cause them harm, then you can be disciplined. If you use it as a joke, I mean, people think this is funny, I guess. If you use these words in a joke, you can discipline them. But we've heard here that the context doesn't matter. That's what we've heard, and that's what people at the college think. And if I was making the law, maybe that's what I would think too. But the reason that we're here tonight is to tell you that the case law, the courts that have looked at this, and the statutes that we need to follow, context does matter. There is not a single case, there is not a single case where somebody who used these vile words in the context that we have here has been punished, has been sued and lost. We just can't do it. So do not take from this that the college administration or its council thinks that this is, you know, a wonderful thing or an acceptable thing. We do not. I'll say it again, we do not. But we are a nation of laws. We have to live according to the law, and that's why these cases have come out in the way that they have. Number 5. Number 5. Oh, somebody already did this. Thank you. I don't know how to operate this thing. Number 5 is the incident that occurred that we found out at the November 19 board meeting, where we heard for the first time, I heard for the first time, that students had yelled this vicious racial slur in the library. Nobody knew who the student was. Nobody saw the student who did it. And the allegation was made that the college swept this incident, they swept it under the rug, that the college didn't care about that. So there was an investigator that was appointed here as well. This was not the investigator that Craig told you about. This was a separate independent investigator, somebody from Sacramento. To the extent that it matters, none of these investigators, at least none of the investigators who worked on this were white. They weren't, men. So it was a woman of color, to the extent that it matters to you, who did this work. And she spoke to a number of people. Again, the difficulty that she had, like we have in a lot of these incidents, is that when you have somebody shout out a word and then run out of the library, you don't know who the person is, and when you don't have a complaint that is made right away, and you're trying to figure out what happened a month later or 2 months later, it's much more difficult. And what she found was that the college did not sweep this item, I guess, under the rug. The college did not try to hide this. What had happened was the 2 students that heard it thought that the person who was working at the desk of the library must have heard it as well. And when the person at the library was asked about this, the person at the library said, "I didn't hear it." And it's possible I didn't hear it because it happened around 3 or 3:30 in the library. I've never even been to the library, but apparently those of you who are students, I'm told, and this is what it says in the report, that it's noisy in the library at 3 or 3:30 for some reason. I don't know why. So the finding was that the library staff member didn't hear it. Now, it's very understandable for these students to think, well, wait a minute. That library staff member must have heard this and didn't do anything about it. So there's no criticism of the students here, not any criticism at all. But like a lot of things that we go about in our daily affairs, you make assumptions about what people have done, you make assumptions about what people think, you make assumptions about the way that they act, and when you have a separate and independent person whose job is to find out what really happens and does an investigation, you find out that what you assumed wasn't true. Yes?
Sorry, I'm curious to know, in the situation where this person was found, wouldn't the context difference be used for this because it was yelled and not directed to anyone?
Is your assumption that we
If the person
found the
was
student?
found, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the context difference will be used also?
No. In this instance.
Because it was not directed at anyone, it was yelled.
No. In this instance, and again, I'm at a disadvantage and so are you, because neither of us know what really was said because they never found the student who did it, and the reports that we got at the board meeting for the first time was, it was uncertain what was said, but what I'm assuming, and I'm making an assumption, that if a student does something like this, that it probably was more than just shouting out the word, that they said something else, and in that context, it would have been used as a racial slur, and under the student code of conduct, to the extent this person was a student, I don't know that either, you don't know, nobody knows, because we don't know who it was. But if it was a student, under the student code of conduct, then the student could face some type of discipline. But again, I'm making assumptions because I don't know. Neither of us know because of the way that this came up. Number 6. Okay, the Learning Resource Center. This, again, came up, at least to my knowledge, for the first time at the November 19 board meeting. When we heard about this at the November 19 board meeting, we looked to see, were there any complaints made? Is there something that we can see where there was some kind of report made? And the answer is, we didn't see anything. So there was an investigator that was hired to do this investigation. And the investigator who did number 6 is the investigator who did number 5, a woman of color. And that investigator spoke to a number of people and determined, again, that there's no question, again, that the student who said, I went to the Learning Resource Center and I went to use the computer and I was confronted while I was using the computer, that happened. There's no question about it. Again, this is not a criticism of the student. It's not a criticism of anything that that student said, because that did happen. The real key was what was the response of the college. Now, what the student had said was that the security office was called. And when I was sitting here in the audience on November 19, I thought, oh my God, the security people came, they took this fellow away. I mean, I had all these images in my mind. I didn't know what happened, but I made assumptions. The investigator found that by the time that the security office had shown up, that the matter had been resolved, that the student was using the computer, there was an agreement for the amount of time that the student could use the computer, the security officer did not confront the student, did not speak to the student, and in fact wasn't standing over the student and monitoring the student. The independent investigator found that the security officer actually went into an office and was talking to the person who had called. Because there was no need to stand there, the matter was resolved. Number 7.
What about the quality of the investigation?
One of the themes that you're going to hear, and I will get to this at the end, is that the college has not done a very good job with respect to making it easy for students to make reports. The college report system has been dismal, and we're working on fixing it. That's number 1. And number 2, the lines of authority that we've got so many people here. We've got the dean of students, the Title IX people, you've got, the HR office. Those people have not done a good job in having clear lines of authority in deciding who does what and making sure that it gets done. So when people complained at that November 19 board meeting that it certainly appeared to them that the college wasn't taking these complaints seriously, they were right. They were right to complain about that. And we're working to try to fix it. Number 7 was another one that came up on November 19. And I remember this one vividly because a student, or a former student, stood before this board and talked about how she was disgusted with the board, how the board didn't care and did nothing about, and the school did nothing about, her boyfriend who was spat upon by another student. Those were the allegations. If you go back and you look at that video of the November 19 board meeting, you will see that the student who stood here was incensed and made a number of charges about the college doing nothing. That's what was said, and it wasn't true. Not a word of it was true. Because what happened was the security office was brought in. The security office went looking for the student that spat on this other student, couldn't find that student, and then spent several days with the student who was spat upon, following him around, trying to find the person who had done this. The reason I say it wasn't true is because that's not the college doing nothing. That's the security office acting in the way that it's supposed to act and going above and beyond and showing tremendous care and character and they're doing what they're supposed to do. They care about the students. This student who was spat upon was satisfied. He wasn't dissatisfied. So for somebody to come in here and say to the board and to say to the members of the audience, the college just did nothing, and go back to the video if you doubt me, it's not true. Number 8, gotta press this button. Number 8 was, number 8 was the trash can incident. Somebody did spray paint on some trash receptacle this vicious slur. At UCSB, the allegations were made that the word was used in reference to Santa Barbara City College students. We checked with the security office. They're the ones that did the work on this. They investigated this. And sure enough, that word was sprayed on college property. That got cleaned up, but it was not sprayed in reference to Santa Barbara City College students. There was a transient who was living on campus somewhere and got in a beef with another transient or transients and wrote that they were this word. Again, it's a bad incident. We shouldn't have that on college property. Nobody in the audience, nobody from the board, nobody wants to walk by and see that. It's disgusting. But again, we have another situation where the allegations were not consistent with the actual facts. I know, because I've heard, and Craig has heard as well, that people have seen this and they doubt that the results of these investigations are accurate. They think that the investigators are lawyers and it makes it more difficult for the students to cooperate because the students are intimidated by lawyers. That's understandable. When I was a student, I'd be intimidated too. But as Craig said, under the Business and Professions Code, we don't have a choice. It's either done internally by the college, it's done by a private investigator who's licensed by the state of California, or it's done by a lawyer. Nobody else legally can do these investigations. We've heard that the people that are doing the investigations don't have the cultural competency to do so. And that's why these investigations are turning out in the way that they are. I will tell you now, I think I told you before, there's no white males that have done any of these investigations other than, I guess, the people from the security office. None. To the extent that it matters. They've either been women, they've been women of color, they've been men of color. No white people who are men have done these investigations. So if you think that it's someone like me doing the investigation and I'm intimidating people, that's not the case either. And the third thing that we've heard is that, you know, you shouldn't do the investigations this way. The investigations will come out differently and better if you take written statements from the students instead of interviewing them. I will tell you now that no professional investigators do investigations by taking written statements from students. And there's a reason for that. Because when the student is able to sit and write something down, maybe with the help or maybe with the suggestion of somebody else, you're not going to get the same type of accurate facts as you do when you have a trained person. And every one of these people that have done this work are trained investigators. It's not the same thing. You're not going to have the same kind of reliability as when you have a face-to-face meeting with somebody. And you know it in your own personal experience. If you have questions about something, you'd rather sit with someone and ask about it rather than have them be able to think about it, have people help them write something up. And so I understand the frustration here. I'm frustrated myself. But to the extent that we can tell, and we didn't do the investigations, the people that did these were professionals, they were neutral, they were right down the middle, and they came up with the conclusions that they did.
Before we quit, and can I add another observation, just kind of summarizing some of these things. As Joe said, we do understand that students can feel vulnerable when it comes to these kinds of issues. But unless these issues are reported, as we've seen, the college doesn't have any means of getting its arms around the situation and resolving it. The one episode up here, it came to be reported a month after it happened. I think the episode was at the LRC, was on October 15, and it comes up at the November 19 meeting. Well, how is somebody at that point supposed to go and do anything about it? And the students didn't report it. That was a finding. But that's not to blame the students. It is not. But I want to point out something that you all may be aware of, maybe not. But under your board policies and AR, your faculty and classified staff and managers have an obligation as mandated reporters. When you see or witness or believe that an incident involving discrimination or harassment has occurred, you need to report it. There is no option, oh, I don't want to get involved in that and stand back. And I think that it is critically important for everyone to really appreciate that. It's not a question, should I, shouldn't I, but it's a question you have to. And it's not merely that person's individual responsibility, but it's part of making the system of, I'll call it justice here at the college work. Because understandably, students are not going to jump up and immediately run and report it something for a variety of reasons. And so they need support. And they need to be told, especially by the different support groups that work with the students, if something like this happens to you, you tell me about it, because we're going to see that something gets done. But you know what? In some instances, the students who are involved in these situations have talked to people who support them, who are involved in campus staff, and my understanding is it's been recommended that they not report it. Well, how is that good for the system of trying to correct this situation. It's not. So people need to be encouraged, and they ought to be handheld. The very last thing I'm going to say is that I hope that none of what Joe or I have presented appears to be in any way an attempt to hold the college blameless in connection with a lot of these things. Joe said it, I'm going to say it one final time. The investigations have revealed that, particularly not focused on any of the fine individuals like Dean Rodriguez that has conducted the investigations number 1 and 2, but at the upper level, there absolutely needs to be responsibility for setting up clear chain of command and a process to make sure that when a student comes forward or someone comes forward on behalf of that student, bang, somebody knows what they're doing, they get directed to the right person, and there's none of this, oh, you submitted the wrong form business or whatever it is that happens. And I know that Dr. Beebe and his top administrative staff are, engaged in that process right now of correcting that around. It's critically important. So we hope that however you piece this together, that it may help to create some sort of an understanding that will allow your board, your administration, different interest groups around the campus to have a commoner understanding of what the baseline issues are. Because if people can see the problems that exist in a similar light, then they're going to be able to better talk about what the solutions are compared to people having perceptions that are 180 degrees apart. Because on that basis, the perception is the reality, and I don't know how you bring people together. But this is a little way that we hope would help you as you progress through this very challenging process. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig Price, Joe Shoulder. This board, I know, very much appreciates your thorough and candid comment and explanation of the complicated law of what constitutes free speech as to what constitutes unprofessional conduct. And I think it's those distinctions we have to keep in mind and have to keep looking at, and we have to keep looking at ways that we can improve our systems, and I know President Beebe has been working on that diligently, and it's ongoing. At this point, we're going to call up comments on this agenda item. I will say before we do that an hour ago, hour after we started the meeting, we only had like 20-some speakers signed up. We now have 30 because apparently nobody listened to my request that you submit the speaker slips before we started. But we're going to hear everybody. But I'm going to ask if everybody can be kind to everybody else who's speaking, and even though we're going to keep the 2-minute limit, if you don't need the 2 minutes, please don't use it. If you can say it in a minute and a half or a minute, we would appreciate that. So I'm going to call 3 names so that you can get, the ones following can get ready to come up. Darcel Elliott, Connie Alexander, and Denise Adams. So. Well, I haven't read all the names. What's your name? Pardon?
I had a comment for item number 6.
And what is your name?
Gregory Foss.
I saw your name. I'll dig it out. I put it in another category. I must have miscategorized it, so we'll get to you. You want to speak on this item, though?
Yes.
Okay. So first speaker is Darcel Elliott. Is she here? She left. She left? Okay. Connie Alexander. Yeah.
Thank you, board and trustees. I'm a member of the Santa Barbara community. I'm an educator. I actually, at one point in my own history, attended this institution. And so I'm here to talk about item 6 in the context of, for you as a board, how do you begin the process of something that's restorative? Because to hear all that and hear how ugly that feels, to know what the students have experienced, what the community needs from you is your clarity around what is your process that you are going to bring about what is restorative. Restorative justice really does mean that we confess that something went wrong. And from the point that we confess that it went wrong, we enact or we act on it so that those who are in pain can begin the process to feel where the healing has to come from. You know, an educational institution is only a reflection of the greater community. We're at a really difficult time as a country. Race is difficult for people to talk about. So as a board, you must clearly give a path to restoration. The students must know what that's going to be. Do not invite people to the table. Give them a promise and expect them to serve the meal. They cannot come here and be expected to tell you how this works. You are not clearly communicating your path to restoration. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Denise Adams, and she will be followed by Grace Wallace, and then Simone Ruskamp.
Good evening, Denise Adams. I was here on the January 10th meeting when I asked the board what the specific incidents were of racial discrimination and inequity, and if examples could be provided to us. Tonight, I want to thank you for the 8 examples that were given out of a student body of 15,000. I don't mean to trivialize anything, but it's comparatively minor. And I don't like to see problems identified without solutions. And I know that you're very interested in, again, as the last speaker said, restorative justice, healing process, and how that might occur. And I would like to suggest that the students have the opportunity and I know I pronounce your name wrong, so help me. I do it every time, Kenny. Kenny. Trustee Ibekci. Yes. That if we had a class in law and the Constitution, I think people get confused about what's lawful, what's unlawful, what's constitutionally appropriate. I sent a letter to the editor of the channels about the hierarchy of words: impolite, indecent, nasty, offensive, very offensive, profane, curse words, swear words, naughty words, respectful. Polite is what we want to be. As you know, in your country, everybody is very polite, and that's just civil obedience. So again, I'm just saying if we could have something related to the Constitution. Again, I'm addressing the board, and I don't want to respond or be interrupted by the audience, please. But I think it's important that we don't have a category of words, what we can use. I don't want anybody to lose their job because they use the wrong word in the wrong context. Racial slurs are very different when if something's derogatory or hurtful versus in a certain context. And we're an educational institution, so I hope we can pursue the educational component that was presented by legal counsel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask the audience not to comment during speaker comments. Please do not do that. Next speaker is Grace Wallace.
Thank you for this time, President Miller, board, staff, students, and visitors. I wrote out some information, but I'm going to go from my heart. My first question would be, how did we get here? There was a college last year, 2018. They had a racism incident that took place on campus. In 2 days, that gentleman was kicked out of college. How did we get here? When we came here on February Day, it was the most hostile, violent meeting I ever participated in. And I'm gonna tell you where it really touched my heart was when some of the African-American women said to my two friends, will you guys speak up for us? Will you help us? You're white women, they'll listen to you. Leadership, the action of leading a group of people or an organization. It takes action. If you don't address racism, then you open the door for more and more racism to take place. I personally think you've lost the respect of the students. You've lost the respect, in a large part, Mr. Miller, of the community. I think it's best for you to step down and start off all new. This is a hard subject. My own friend said the full word out to me. I understand what the lawyer said and how we have to go about based on the law. I think people that we need to get some of the laws changed. It's never
30
okay
seconds
to
left.
say litter. It's never okay to say the N-word. My friend came and said that to me, the guy who was here Tuesday. All I can say is what Dr. Beebe said, we're better than this. Come on, Santa Barbara, we can do better than this. And I'm hoping that somehow we'll find a way to heal and to mend, treat others with respect and the way you want to be treated. Like he said, what's the right thing to do? I pray that something will take place, and I ask the donors to hold your donations until this is resolved, until Miller steps down. We need a new leader.
Our next speaker is Simone Ruskamp, followed by, can't read the first name, Sander, Pam Sander. Go ahead.
So, picking up where other people have left, I do not have a law degree, but I continue to come here and speak because I know the difference between right and wrong. And I think a lot of what I'm hearing today is a refusal to stand up for what's right. I also think what I'm hearing today is a refusal to ask the right questions. When we heard the incident about the young man who was going to use a computer, the lawyer stood up here and talked about, well, security didn't intervene, but the question we should ask is, why would a staff member at Santa Barbara City College think it's appropriate to call security on someone coming to register for classes and use the computer? That's a problem. The other thing I want to point out is that the memo that was shared, besides not having information, was just plain out incorrect. I want to draw your attention to the library incident because what was reported to you all was that the first time people were hearing about it was at the board meeting. But that was untrue. The first time those two students talked about it in a public setting, they reported it to top administrators at this college only 3 days after the incident had occurred. In that meeting were several people present, some of who are here today, some who were able to review this report before. People present in that meeting included the Director of Equity, Luis Geraldo, also our current Vice President, Pamela Ralston, also our Dean of Students, Chris Johnson, also Arturo Rodriguez. So if we're going to sit here and say that students did not report until several months later is incorrect. And again, we're adding to why students don't trust us with their stories. When the students shared this in the meeting, where again, several people were present and said, what are we going to do about the people who are calling me the N-word in the library? The conversation that followed said, well, that's why you have the emoji room. Or that's why there should be black and brown solidarity.
If you could wrap it up,
But no
please.
one stepped up to say this is a problem. You all are asking the wrong questions.
I take it you're Mr. Sander.
Hi, thank you, Board of Trustees. My name is Pastor Rich Sander. I'm here representing a variety of faith communities here in town. I felt compelled to come tonight because I saw some of the clips and I was saddened and surprised by our Santa Barbara community from the last board meeting. I'd ask that before any of us speak, any of you present here, before anything comes out of our mouths, that we go through in our minds what we think, what we must protect, or how or what is being said means for us, that rather we come from a place for a call of dignity, human dignity and humanity. And I'd ask that all of us, may the dignity of humanity in us acknowledge the dignity of humanity in another. That said, we have a group of humans on this campus, students, people who are hurting. We first and foremost must acknowledge their pain. That is the least they deserve. But that's simply not enough. We have a responsibility as people of privilege and people of power to hear and to care, to change, to empower, and to ensure that the people, practices, and systems that cause this pain may never do it again. Just because it's not illegal is not enough. Anything short of that simply robs people of their dignity as humans. Each of you has been entrusted to lead well. May you lead in a way that acknowledges the humanity of all
30
and
seconds.
truly provides liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gregory Koss is next.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Gregory Koss, a Santa Barbara resident, multi-company tech chairman and CEO, and having hired probably over 1,000 professionals in my career. According to SBCC required public records, which I looked up, there were 0 reported hate crimes in 2015, 0 in 2016, 0 in 2017, and actually even further back. My understanding is that for 2018, the year in question here at this meeting tonight, the data will not be available until October. So I just suggest that it may be better to get the data out sooner rather than waiting until October. And just lastly, on a personal note, I have never in my lifetime been called a racial slur or a derogatory word, having hired over 1,000 professionals, until the last SBCC trustees meeting, when I was assaulted in the aisle and called a racial derogatory term. So, thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the comments we have on item 6.1. We're now going to move to 6.2, a resolution proposed by trustees Aboud and Parker. If I might just finish, please. I note it's on the agenda for discussion only. No action will be taken today. And my first question for trustees is I was planning on calling the speakers first, unless I hear objection to that.
I actually didn't think we were done with 6.1 because we haven't had board comments or questions on the racial incidents beyond what we had during.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and so
Fair
I
enough.
certainly have some follow-up.
I guess I was going on because we had questions during the
Yeah.
presentation, but there may be other questions. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know, shall I go first on this? Thank you, President Miller. I wanted to address the report in general and acknowledge some of the public comment around it, because I do think that what President Beebe got to and what Trustee Igbechi was getting to was quite important. That the report that we got, and I know that the investigations that we're not seeing were extensive, and it was quite important that some of them be closed off. But it is legalistic. And it talked about, I think it was Mr. Price that was talking about applying legal conclusions to the facts that have been found. And in several of the incidents, it ends with not legally substantiated. But that doesn't address the fact that what was going on was offensive in many of the cases, and that there were incidents, as was described in the Learning Resource Center, where there was just the kind of behavior that you don't want to see on this campus. It's not the kind of campus environment that we want to create. It's not the kind of climate that we want here. And so I do think it's very important that we acknowledge that, and that we move past this report as something factual that needed to come to the board, with the understanding that unless we address the campus climate in general around this, we are going to continue to have tension and struggle to communicate with each other. And so I really think it's important for the public and for the campus community to see this report as a report in context, and that we as a board are ready to lead past that.
Any other board comments, questions?
I don't want to repeat what was said by Trustee Parker, but I think she took the words out of my mouth that this report happened, but it is not the end-all be-all of whether we should do anything to address racism on campus. I know we even got some people emailing us saying, well, this report says everything's all good, and so why are you doing the resolution? And I think that is not a line of thought we need to tolerate, because like has been said, this is a legalistic report that is very technical and specific, and it's in some areas not fully comprehensive what I would like to see, and that this should not be a guiding document in the future in terms of saying, is there or is there not racism on campus? I think that should be accepted by all trustees, that this report is not the end-all be-all. And I do want to speak on the incident in the LRC again, because that was an issue of implicit bias. And I think that's another reason why we need the cultural competency training for all of our employees at the campus. And we can't tolerate instances like that, because if I was that person's boss, I would fire them. And I'm not, and I can't, I'm very far removed from that person. But if I found out that an employee of mine called security on a black person who was about to become a student, doesn't matter if they were like a week away or a week prior had signed up, I wouldn't tolerate something like that in my workspace. I think we can't be tolerating something like that. So thank you for mentioning it. So thank you. And thank you, Dr. Beebe, for acknowledging that this report is just legalistic and that we need to go way beyond this.
Any other comments? Trustee Croninger.
Legal counsel is still here, and I'm just wondering if they have any comments based on our comments here or the public comments that we have heard.
Craig or Joe, do you have any additional comments to make? You need to come down.
No, I'm just going to say no.
Okay.
There isn't anything that we need to add.
Okay.
A lengthy discussion. Unless there are specific questions, then.
Well, I do have one question. The LRC incident has come up, and I'm not clear whether there was a finding that this had to do with the person's race or not. If you could clarify that.
The issue of why security was called in terms of the motivation of the person that ordered security to come, despite the fact that the investigator in that case interviewed over 20 witnesses, there was no specific finding made with respect to whether or not the motivation in calling the person had to do with anything that's racial. And again, that's not my conclusion, Joe's conclusion, anyone else's, but the college retained an investigation firm who did this work in Sacramento. Their focus was on the level of the college's response after it became known that this incident had occurred. And it was because that was the focus that they were engaged in, they did not make a finding. And, you know, in terms of other people at the college, I will say, according to Ms. Ruskamp's comments, having heard about the incident prior to the November 19 board meeting, that may well be, and I think that underscores the point that I was trying to make at the end about the fact that these college employees, all of them, all of you, everybody here that works at the college is a mandated reporter, And it can never be left up to somebody else to pursue a complaint, regardless of what it is that the student wants to do. Okay?
Quick question then. Would that mean then the people who were told about the incident, on October 18th, a couple days after, are they then responsible for not having reported it to the proper channels?
Well, back at you. When you say responsible, that's a legalistic term. So I'm not going to fall into that trap because...
It wasn't a trap. You just said that people are mandated reporters. Were they mandated to report that?
The board policy in the AP makes them mandated reporters. The investigation report, as we indicated just in summary fashion, indicated that there was a very mixed up response on the part of college staff once the incident became known. Okay, it became a who's on first. Well, is this something I'm supposed to do, or is this somebody else is supposed to do? I don't need to worry about it. They're probably going to do it. I'm not sure. Back and forth. And so it had to do with really not having a clear chain of command and a breakout of different types of complaints that do exist about who is supposed to do what. And so if you're asking the question about do they have a responsibility, I would say that, it's the buck stops at the top of a group of individuals that are charged with doing that. So the head of HR is charged with setting up an organizational structure that is going to work certainly more effectively than the investigation results showed for either the LRC or the library incident. Okay?
Okay.
Trustee Haslam.
There may be some confusion here, although I'm not confused. There is the law, and I think it was Joe who said you have to sometimes make the decision between what is the law and what is right. And the answer to that distinction is yes, you have to do both. They are different. I for one, would be surprised if there was a finding that we did not have institutional racism on campus. I think we do. And I think there's evidence. It's not specific. There are no specific instances that we can prove with rules of law, but I know they're there. And the incident in the library where the young man was told that he couldn't be there is one of those below the conscious level examples of racism, of which there are so many. And I mean, I think it would be surprising if we didn't acknowledge that we have racism here. We have a 400-year history that backs up the idea that we have work to do. And I see it as a wonderful opportunity for our campus to have this conversation, not just one-on-one, but yes, one-on-one and in small groups. At the other day when I participated in a meeting with colleagues on campus about what we should do in Umoja, the idea came up of having a weekly or bi-weekly lunch where we could actually learn how other people feel, how they feel in their skin. And I think probably the part of it that resonates most to me is that I think most of us think we've already gotten there, and maybe we haven't. Maybe this is simply an opportunity to take that next step and learn about it. And I would support this both on an institutional level and on an individual level, because sometimes when the institution acts, it just serves to get in the way. This is a very human thing, and we need to, each of us, participate. Does that make any sense at all?
Yes.
Oh, good.
In fact, Trustee Haslam, I join in your comments completely. I thought it was important and will continue to be important that we investigate incidents such as the ones that were discussed tonight. But I don't think any of us up here think that the findings of those incidents somehow means there isn't racism here. Racism is alive and well in America. Racism is alive and well in California. Racism is alive and well in Santa Barbara County, and it's alive and well on our campus. I would like to see us try to eliminate as much racism as we can on this campus. I think as an institution of higher education, we have a duty, I think, to strive for a higher standard. So thank you for those comments, Trustee Hasland. We're now going to move to item 6.2, and I would ask Trustees Abood and Parker whether you would prefer that we hear speaker comments first or discuss the resolution first.
I personally would prefer to hear speaker comments first with a little bit of framing, with your permission,
sure,
President Miller. And that is that Trustee Abood and I were the leads on drafting this resolution. We have gotten input from some people, but this is very much a draft. And we welcome feedback on it, and not just from the board, but from the public in general. And so we look forward to hearing what people have to say and what fellow board members have to say.
That's a good introduction then to speaker comments. The first three I have, and I'd like to have all three come. I'm going to be reading these in groups of three. If all three could come down so we could do one right after another. I have Stanley Zankoff. I have Eve Sanford. I have Bobby McGinnis.
Good evening. Well, my name is Stanley Zankoff. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara and a member of this community. And first and foremost, just want to echo my support for the resolution that Trustees Abood and Parker have put forward, and support the demands, all of the demands of the Black community at SPCC shared with President Beebe and Board President Miller. And second, I just want to echo a previous speaker who shared that if we don't address racism, it invites more racism. Not addressing this appropriately can have very insidious and harmful effects on the lives of so many. And I think it's obvious we need a bold and thorough restorative justice approach to addressing the root causes of racism on this campus. It must not simply be about tolerance, multiculturalism, but in my opinion, it must be explicitly anti-racist. And it most of all must center the voices of those people hurting most. I do think this is an opportunity by listening to those folks who are expressing that they feel unsafe on this campus. And that's an opportunity to make this place much better. So again, thank you for your time, and I hope you'll support this resolution.
Thank you. So next is Eve Sanford.
Hi, Eve Sanford here. I'd like to support the resolution that's brought forth today, and overall I'd like to just stand in solidarity and voice my support for students of SBCC, especially the Black students, and both the people who've been involved in the incidents described today and students and broader community in the room today. And just speak that, to echo Stanley, like we need to go above and beyond in making sure that it's not just like what's legally accepted, but that we're creating a safe culture throughout the community and that we're not victim blaming. And I'm concerned that some of the discussion today has been very victim blamey. And I'd also like to point out that there's a media article right now talking about sexual harassment and the role of social media in stalking of students. And I'd like to see a more proactive approach that doesn't just chalk sexual harassment up to the use of social media, because it's a systemic issue, and victims shouldn't be blamed in that incident, and certainly not in the ones that we've seen today.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Bobby McGinnis, and Bobby will be followed by Chris Norden and Kim Paskeeks.
Hi, this is the first time. I'm Bobby McGinnis, first time I've been in front of the board. I don't know protocol, but I ran across a couple articles that I thought you would benefit from. I didn't know how to get these to you other than to come up here. San Francisco has just shut down their Just Communities type program in San Francisco because the judge decided that it was creating more problems than it was solving. So they are re-examining the way it's being taught, the way it's being presented, so that people will have a chance to check so that they don't do any harm. And I wondered, can I give you guys a copy of this article? I've got one for everybody here.
You'd hand it to the secretary.
The other thing I wanted to mention is that there's also a lawsuit going against Santa Barbara Unified School District. I'm sure Kate Parker is very familiar with it. And that's for the same reason, that the parents who are complaining are saying that what's being taught is not being taught in a fair manner. And I will also give you that flyer as well. And lastly, I want to say that thank you, Santa Barbara City College. Because of you, I actually have a degree. I'm a first-generation American. Also, my older brother and I were the first ones in our family to get a college degree. My parents were immigrants from England after World War II. My father was a mechanical engineer, but in America, he wasn't considered a mechanical engineer because his training was by trades, not by university education. So I want to say thank you for that. And the last thing I'd like to say, in his factory, he started his business in the garage. He had a factory that went international, plants all over the world, Hong Kong, Thailand, England. He started in the garage here in Santa Barbara, 1971. And in his factory, he had a huge flag because he wanted to make sure that everyone knows that in America, if he could live the American dream, anyone could. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Norden.
Hello, my name is Chris Norden. I'm a former student. I had a couple of responses to the things I've heard tonight. First of all, I just think that some of the proceedings here have also been an example of how just inertia is often on the side of the status quo, and that usually reinforces white supremacy. And what I mean by that is that if we do everything the same, things don't get better. We have to actively attack the problems, and that means identifying the problems. And part of that is when you see a law that says 2 nooses above you isn't constituting harassment and not grounds for discipline, then that's something wrong with the entire system, and we need to be part of changing that system. Then sometimes you're just reinforcing the system. So I think the mentality we should be striving for is to remind the board that providing an inclusive learning environment in which all students feel safe and welcome is a basic duty of the City College administration. It is basic, and those that cannot execute that basic function are unsuited for their position. In the same way, a pilot that can't land a plane is not a good pilot. If you can't do that basic function, then you're deficient by definition. So really need to think of this as a primary duty, that like this is the main thing you have to do. And we talk about how we're not legally culpable and we have to set this standard of right and wrong that's above the legality. And I think that you had a lot of opportunities to do that up to this point. I think you had a lot of choices, Dr. Beebe, specifically when you ambush students with lawyers that you're supposed to be listening to. You treat them as the problem. So that's a pretty obvious example of you turning it around on them and trying to avoid the problem. The problem isn't the perception of racism. The problem is that we don't do anything about it. And I'd also like to take a couple of responses to what I've heard. Trustee Nielsen said that he's worried about long-term obligations, and if this is not a long-term obligation, nothing is going to get done. It'll take another 400 years.
Okay, do we have a Kim, and the last name is spelled P-A-S-Z-K-E-I-Z-C-Z. Thank you, Kim. Sorry about that.
That's fine. Hi, my name is Kim Pascage, and I'm a community member. And as I look at the demands from the Black faculty, staff, and students, it appears that they are not feeling safe. that they are not feeling heard, that they have not been involved and included in hiring and leadership practices, and that a lot of trust needs to be rebuilt. Anti-racism training from the board down is a must on this campus. Also, the impacted parties need to be on the committee that selects any ombuds personnel going forward. Since this is a community college, it is critical that the impacted parties feel that they are an equal part of SBCC. I support the demands that have been made by the Black faculty, staff, and students that have been submitted to you. And I look forward to hearing concrete steps that you as a board will take to ensure that these demands are met, that you need to provide some clarity on how you are going to address this climate on campus. So I look forward to those concrete, clear steps that you're going to be taking. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Scott Ruskamp, Jen Hale, and Damian Clover.
Hi, I'm Scott Ruskamp. I'm a community member. I've taken classes at SBCC. I'm close with a lot of people at SBCC, so I care a lot about things going on. I'm also a member of SURGE, Showing Up for Racial Justice. So I want to support the demands from the Black community at SBCC that were shared with Dr. Beebe and President Miller. Those demands include, from November, an independent council or entity established, possibly modeled after UC Santa Barbara's Judicial Affairs Unit, which will have the responsibility of reviewing these claims and establishing how to move forward. All board members, administrators, faculty, staff, everyone obtain meaningful anti-racism training in person. Lindsay Moss, Vice President, Business Services, submit her resignation immediately. And here's the new demands. I'm not going to get to them all, but I'll do my best. Changes in leadership, centering current racism, specifically anti-Blackness and sexism concerns. Find a president that is capable to lead and correct past harm to represent SBCC's most impacted communities. Chancellor takeover of SBCC until an appointed interim resident outside of the current administration is in place. Shift in financial priorities to better align the California Community College performance funding formula, which prioritizes closing the achievement gap for underrepresented students across all levels, centering African American and Black students in programs that specifically serve them as permanent part of the equity plan and related budgets to counter health and well-being issues encountered by continuing and new students, and the rest of the demands you have, I believe. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Hale.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here as a concerned community member and to support the Black students, staff, and faculty who deserve fairness and equity at their school and place of work. Personally, I have 2 kids in the Santa Barbara School District. And recently, my 12-year-old daughter told me that she wants to attend City College when she graduates from high school. I attended City College, my husband attended City College, and even though it's 6 years away for her, we want very much to support her dream. We want to be able to tell her that that's a great option and to mean it. But right now, I'm really struggling to do that. The reason is that I'm concerned about the current climate of racism at City College. From what I hear from trusted friends, students, staff, and faculty, it is not a safe, inclusive, and equitable school for all students. These are issues that start with leadership. Most concerning is that it sounds as if voices of Black students and faculty are being silenced, requests are being brushed aside, and issues are being swept under the rug. That is simply not acceptable in any institution, especially at an institution of higher education. The collective well-being of all students relies on inclusion, empowerment, and equity, and must be a value that is embraced at the top. I urge leadership here tonight to listen to the demands and take action. Everything that you've heard from the Black students, staff, and faculty that has been presented
30 seconds.
needs to be addressed. Concrete steps need to happen. Doing so will allow City College to be recognized for its student-centered practices and uplifting of marginalized voices. Otherwise, it will continue down a path of dismissing and silencing the very people that it claims to serve. That is simply not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Damian Clover, and Damian will be followed by Patricia Stark and Jared Schwartz.
Hi, yes, I'm Damian Cloger. I'm an engineering student here, and I would like to say that I've personally seen many instances of racism here. I was once told in a tutor training session that Black students should be educated with humor, and a few other stereotypical examples with other races. I once saw a group of white students on campus trying to say that Hispanics are scientifically less intelligent, which as a science major I can say is not true. And by far the most egregious examples of it have come from this recent pledge controversy. Some, people have had their lives threatened. As far as I remember hearing, you've had your lives threatened by this. Someone came up here and said the N-word and was applauded for that, and nothing was done. When you don't speak up against racism, you let it grow. And I've seen that personally many times from my own family, from my friends. And I just want to say that if you don't speak out against it, you just give it your approval. And if you were willing to stop saying the pledge because you thought that that was what Black students wanted, when no one actually asked for that, then I hope that you'll actually listen to what they are actually asking for. And I hope that that recent controversy has shown you that this isn't just in someone's head, that this is real, and that this is an actual issue, regardless of whether or not it's legally or technically an issue. And I also want to say that since Trustee Igbechi was attacked just now, another example for his nationality, I would like to say that I'm glad that he so gracefully dealt with a problem that most of you are unwilling to admit even exists, even as it takes place right in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia, after Patricia Stark will come Jared Schwartz, and I'll wait to read the next name after.
So, hello, I'm here to address your resolution. I can also, if you give me another couple of minutes, knock out the Senate report because the two are very closely connected, but I can also sit down and come back at your pleasure. I want to thank you for this resolution. I greatly appreciate it and I support almost all of it, but it's incumbent on me as Academic Senate President to point out one point. It's your first it's your first resolved. That the board will immediately review its annual goals and will work collaboratively with campus stakeholders, including our students and campus employees, especially those of color and so on. I just want to point out that the role of the board is policy level, and the use of the language we'll work with. I know it may seem like a fine point, but again, you could change that language to support collaboration or to elevate or affirm your support, but actually the only person that you can work collaboratively with is the superintendent president. So a fine point of shared governance, but I would appreciate it if you could hear that. The other thing is that what I would love to see on this resolution, and this is going to bleed into my Senate report, is a commitment by this board to anti-bias, anti-racism training, in-depth anti-bias, anti-racism training for each of you. I think that's what's missing from this resolution. And to that point, the Academic Senate yesterday authorized a work group to develop its own resolution where I think that's going to be addressed. In addition to having a statement of our core values in support of our students and faculty and staff of color, to increase inclusivity, and of course to make a statement about our shared understanding of what institutional racism is historically and to the extent it touches on Santa Barbara City College. I also wanted to update you that working with our campus partners, our administration, and with my colleagues in the Title III grant to support cultural competency, we have secured the funds for up to 3 cohorts of Crossroads training on campus. We're now, this morning, I drafted a poll to work with timing on that. To the extent that the grant money, to the extent that this will be funded by grant money, we will have faculty there, but we're also getting a commitment from the administration so that we can include staff and administration. And our goal is to have 1/3 of each of these cohorts be the staff and the administration. That is our plan. We've secured the funds. We're actively working on that. So we're getting our anti-racism training, and we encourage you to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could we ask a quick question?
Was that your was that your academic senate report?
That was.
Oh yeah.
It's been a long time.
I know. Can we ask a question? I think Jonathan had a question.
I just want to thank you for your input, and I just want to ask if we can get together with Kate sometime early next week to go over some wording changes.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be happy to. Thank you.
And then what did you say the funding source was for?
It's actually some grant money that we've been able to secure.
What grant money?
It's money that was left over from one of our grants that we have. And
I know, what grant?
Oh, it's the, I think, is Priscilla still here? No. I think it's money left over from the IPATH grant and then a combination of other sources. So yeah, we can use that for faculty.
So the IPATH, the Title V, Hispanic Serving Institution grant?
I don't know, I can't give you the details of that.
I think I have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Title V. I mean, I remember Jack Freelander's work, and I have a lot of that.
You know, I can easily get that information to you tomorrow.
Can you please? Yeah.
Elizabeth Emhoff, who's our faculty professional development coordinator, and also the coordinator of these grants, has the details on it. I've been assigned to do the poll and get the timing and get Senate support for this. So.
Yeah, no, it's good. We've been watching that money since Dr. Gaskin was here, and it's good. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Thank you so much.
So our next speaker is Jared Schwartz, followed by Sherry Holland and Ethan Bertrand.
Hello, my name is Jared Schwartz. I'm the Executive Director of Just Communities. We're a local nonprofit organization whose mission is to help organizations and communities address issues of systemic inequality by addressing all forms of prejudice, discrimination, and oppression. From the presentation we heard earlier, it sounds like you've investigated individual incidents of discrimination and harassment. This is important. It's important to take any report of harassment and discrimination seriously. But racism and sexism are bigger than individual incidents. They're systems of inequality. They're about organizational culture and climate, structures and policies. They're about the day in, day out atmosphere. They're about imbalances in power, opportunity, and privilege. What I hear from black students, faculty, staff, and their allies goes beyond a demand to investigate individual incidents. I hear demands to critically and thoroughly examine and transform the culture and climate of the SBCC community relative to institutional racism. This is daunting work. It's hard work. It's painful work, but it's vital work. I'm here to stress the importance of engaging in this work authentically, swiftly, comprehensively. I'm also here to remind you that you're not alone. There's a wealth of wisdom within your campus community. Listen to their voices. There's also a wealth of resources in the larger Santa Barbara community that care about this campus community, that are here to help you work through these issues, and want to help you work through these issues. SBCC is often talked about as one of the best community colleges in the country, if not the best. This does not mean you have to be perfect. It does mean that when problems are identified, they need to be addressed courageously, authentically, and in their full complexity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Sherry Holland here? Not hearing Sherry Holland. Ethan? Ethan Bertrand?
Thank you. Good evening, President Miller and members of the board. Thank you for having this discussion tonight, and thank you for your service. My name is Ethan Bertrand. I'm a SBCC alum. I was here between 2014 and 2016. During that time, I served on the college's equity committee, working on a lot of these issues. And I know that the college has invested a lot into this area, and it's clear that we need to keep doing that. I also represent many of your students in Isla Vista on the board of their local government, the Isla Vista Community Services District. I want to commend the activism and advocacy of students, staff, faculty, and community members, especially people of color and women. I urge the board to support this resolution. I'm pleased to see that this resolution notes with concern the racial harassment that students of color have faced on campus. And I'm also pleased that this resolution calls for the prompt and inclusive creation of a comprehensive anti-racism plan. I also sat through the presentation earlier about the investigation, and there's lots of work that's been completed on that. But we know that at an institutional level, racism exists on this campus. Just at a recent board meeting, we had a member of the community with poor intentions use the unabbreviated N-word, and there were only 2 members of this board that spoke out against that. And there were many members of the audience who applauded. As a black man, that was heartbreaking. That was a deeply painful moment. And there were many members of the audience who were there for another issue that really was blown out of proportion by some community members. And that issue was conflated with this, and that's not right. There's a lot at stake here. It's important that this board takes direct action to really address racism on this campus. Additionally, here in the Santa Barbara community, there's a larger context to this. Fair Education Santa Barbara, a group that's really motivated by bad intentions, is working against racial equity and gender equity in our schools, and we need leadership from this board to stand up to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cornelia Alsheimer. Okay. Frank Rodriguez, and then Hillary Blackerby.
Good night, everybody. I want to say I appreciate Abood and Parker, the presentation of the resolution, especially the piece that says that they will hold to the high standard of civil discourse and mutual respect through this conversation to create an anti-racism plan with students and staff of color to be brought as part of the annual goals. I just wanted to say that I hope that what that means is that we're going to have a critical reflection about this to properly respond to the systemic and institutional racism, particularly that of anti-blackness that affects many of our spaces here in Santa Barbara and beyond. This conversation is difficult. I think a lot of us acknowledge that. So thank you for pushing this through the resolution, and hope it is not taken as a personal attack or as an issue to be taken care of on a case-to-case basis. Rather, as a collective and continual response to the systemic problems we are all entangled in. Being at the Wake Center board meeting the other week really brought up and demonstrates why we need to have this continual reflection and respond to the racism that we face in our communities. And really want to emphasize that we need to, and at that space I really was looking and seeking for the board that, as was emphasized, is focused on putting the policy issues, that policy issues really focuses on helping out the students, elevating the students, empowering the students, especially students of color. And for that reason, I definitely want to support the proposals that have been put forward by the Black community, especially the staff, the students here on campus. And want to make sure that we see this as a critical, difficult conversation, but people don't take it as personal attacks, but rather we're trying to solve systemic issues that we're all entangled in, and hopefully we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Excuse me. Chair and members of the Board of Trustees, I'm a neighbor. I just live a couple blocks away here from City College. I support this resolution. I thank you for bringing it forward. And I support the demands of the Black community here at SBCC. You know, Jared mentioned this earlier, but City College has won awards, even being the #1 community college in the country at one point. You can have the finest faculty, the best facilities, the most rigorous academics in the nation. But if you have students and staff and faculty who don't feel safe, who don't feel heard, and don't feel respected on their own campus, you have nothing. You have nothing. If you think that getting a report from your lawyer on what reads like an absolution of, any wrongdoing means you've won or this is over, you are wrong. We all see it for what it is. We all see it for what it is. It says CYA move, and it's cowardly, honestly. It was a weird soliloquy, honestly, by your counsel. I encourage you to leave your place of defensiveness. I know that's hard. I've been there. But when you come at this stuff from a place of defensiveness, you're not going to get through it. It's going to get worse. And I think you may have noticed it's getting worse. No one of you created these problems on your own. But you're elected or appointed, and it's your responsibility to fix them, even if you didn't cause them. And if you remain silent when bigots and white supremacists
30 seconds.
speak or act here, because you're scared of them or you're scared of a backlash if you were to push back, imagine how the students and staff of color feel when they hear that on their campus and when they experience that, and how they feel when you remain silent. So please recognize that this is real harm to people in our community, and it can't go forward. And this resolution is only the first step. So I urge you to vote aye. Thank you.
Our last speaker has two names I cannot read. The first name starts with a C. It looks like Christian, possibly. This last name begins with an A. It looks like Alonso. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Christian Alonso. I'm a concerned community member and Area 3 constituent, and I'm here tonight in support of this resolution and to support the demands of the Black faculty, staff, and students and their allies that have been previously shared. This is my first trustee meeting, and I have to say that the lack of leadership, with the exception of Trustees Abood and Parker, on addressing these issues, and especially in dealing with some of the explicit hatred, to say nothing of the implicit hatred that has been on display, unabated on campus and at these meetings, this lack of leadership is unbecoming of this body and not worthy of the institution that it serves. Folks are taking notice. I want to implore you to support the resolution and take immediate action on these demands, specifically mandating and devoting resources to comprehensive anti-racism training for the board and possibly your legal counsel, and show some support for the faculty, students, and community members that have been deeply affected by the board's inaction. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comments on item 6.2. We're next going to move on to approval of the minutes from our meeting of January 24th.
President Miller, we didn't have a discussion.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's late hour.
I'd be happy to start. First of all, for the board, this is an opportunity. I mean, I personally don't like to wordsmith on the dais, and I want you to know that Ms. Reyes-Martin has this resolution, so if you have specific language that you want to adjust or have concerns about, that you think about when we're not here, you can talk to her and she can keep that confidentially so that we don't have a Brown Act issue. I do want you to know that Trustee Igbechi and Trustee Abood and I were doing some wordsmithing, got some input from the outside. I appreciate Ms. Stark's input, and I hope that we can meet next week. What I would say about that particular section of the resolution is that although collaboration is a great idea, the reality is the board approves plans that others have developed. And so I want to make sure that that's clear. And so we really do need to do some wordsmithing around that one. Other concerns that I still have about it are that there's a tendency to go broad and include a lot of stuff, and then narrow down and really just speak specifically about anti-racism. And I'm not sure if we need to adjust the language on that. And then also the ambition of having our campus stakeholders bring a plan to us spring of 2019. I know that that is ambitious, and so those are the things that I'm still mulling over in my head.
And I'd like to echo, Kate's taking my words out of my mouth today, but we're on the same page clearly. I think it is still an open question if do we want to narrow the resolution and make it really focus on anti-racism, or do we want to expand to speak on other forms of oppression that our students have faced? I think we need to finalize that. I think we need to talk about how do we want to see this at the end? And we're saying spring 2019 timeline, that's May, and so that's 2 months from now. And I know it is ambitious, but I think we can see something by then. I think we have very intelligent people at this college. It is an institution of higher learning. So I think it's possible to come up with something by the end of spring 2019. A couple of ideas in terms of like getting to that plan, a means to an end. Board doesn't do any means, but we focus on ends. But my preference would really be that in figuring out what a plan like this looks like, we do a couple different methods to include people. So one being a campus climate survey that really brings in that data, because we haven't really asked you all how you feel on the campus climate. I think we need to ask you. Another idea that Trustee Abechi and Trustee Miller and I have spoken to with President Beebe is doing a campus climate town hall. I think, and doing something like that in an informal setting, so not like this with us up here on a board dais, but a more informal meeting where we can discuss more generally the issues. So, because there is data that you can get in the survey, and that's very good because it's quantifiable, you can analyze it, but the data that you accumulate from just listening to people is different and also still valuable. You cannot say one is better than the other, and I think both types of strategies can bring you different types of information to help really inform this. And I just really want to reemphasize the point that in crafting this plan, we really need to include the people closest to the pain. I think that has been said by our speakers, it's been echoed by many people, but I want to emphasize it again that this shouldn't be a top-down thing. It should be radically inclusive. As many people as possible contributing to something makes it strong. Or we don't do anything. We vote on things. But you all, the people who live here, go here day to day, do experience it. And you have valuable knowledge and perspective on how a plan like this would even end up looking like in reality a year from now. So thank you all for coming, for the support. Please let Kate or I know over the next week any input you have. We're more than willing to take edits and make this the best resolution it could be. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Well, I just want to
Trustee
thank
Beck.
Jonathan Abud and Kate Parker for putting this together. This is something that should have been long done, but I think it's important right now that we're doing this and the students are in full support of it, and we can't wait for it to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Nelson?
Go ahead. Ladies first.
Yes, that's kind of you, Craig. I just think for us, going back to our trustee handbook, and you said it, Jonathan, we're a lay board. I think that we meet twice a month, and so I think to hash out a lot, we just got the report, so this is all still fresh. Meeting twice a month is just not, and plus the agendas are, you're approving routine items, there's a lot there. I think we need to find a way to start meeting weekly, to start taking care of some of these things. As a lay board, though, we govern through policy, as Patricia Stark mentioned. We employ a chief executive officer as to lead the institution, that's Dr. Beebe. We act as a community bridge and a buffer, and we don't act on single interest. And we are supposed to be a nonpartisan board. I know we've had this discussion, and some of us are more politically active than others. This is a political position for many. I'm not looking at you. I'm just speaking to when we were at board retreat, and for Marty Bloom, I remember she was like, this is political for her. She had that connection. It's a lay board. It's a nonpartisan board. It assures the fiscal health and stability of the institution. It maintains standards for good personal relations. It monitors institutional performance. It leads as a thoughtful, educated team. But really, more importantly, I go back to that. We buffer the college from undue intrusion by government and single interest. My role here, governing boards, my hope is that we would help our college community and our external community lead peaceful and quiet lives, that we are not meddling and regulating every aspect of their processes. We have an amazing participatory governance. We have a great system by which people come to the table. I'm going to make the recommendation that this resolution not go forward. We had a resolution that came to the board in December, when was it? Back in January 2017. And it was a resolution inclusive of all students. That was in response to the national climate we had with the election and all of that. Unfortunately, we haven't had time with our president that we hired to fulfill our mission, our core principles, and our charter. A lot of what we want is in here. As far as the demands and the different things, I don't think that any of us here disagree that we want to support our students and that we don't want to see our mission being fulfilled. But I don't know that this is necessarily the venue. And I'm aware of what's going on with Santa Barbara Unified. I obviously work for them. I know Mr. Schwartz just gave comment. I attended IE, so did a lot of my coworkers. If we have declined to comment on this lawsuit, is that a respect for the work of that nonprofit and of the work of the district. And so I would ask that this board respect the voice of the teachers and the community and the parents who want to lead a quiet and peaceful life.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, but please be quiet.
And I know that the Academic Senate.
Please stop.
Can I make a motion to remove the member from the audience, please? I have a motion to remove them. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to think that wouldn't be necessary. I mean, to remove a person from the audience is I think the last thing we want to do. But I think we do need decorum. We do need the presence of mind to not have active participation from the audience.
Trustee Parker.
And the only thing that I would add to Trustee Haslund, because there is a motion on the floor, and that is just that I think it's really important that members of the public understand that this is a meeting of this board in public, and you may totally disagree with what we're saying, but we need to have the opportunity to get that out so that we can deliberate and make a decision. It's not, you can tell this is not a unanimous board. We're going to say things that we each disagree with each other, but we have to hear each other.
Thank you, Trustee Parker. And this is the only venue that we have to communicate, because we actually do follow the Brown Act and we don't call each other up. So again, and I'm not recommending that we don't go forward because I don't think that this work is important or that we don't have issues or that I'm oblivious to this. I mean, you were on the board at Santa Barbara Unified.
Excuse me, we have the motion to remove somebody in the audience. We need to vote on that. Is there any other comments on that motion?
Was there a second?
Great.
Yeah, there was a second. Do we have to, if they're quiet now?
That's already a motion.
Maybe that would be pretty good, or why are
You
they quiet?
seconded.
That's my hope.
You already seconded.
Can you rescind your motion, please?
I don't want to kick anybody out. I just want to be able to do business. So as long as they're quiet, the next time they do it, I won't back off. So I recommend, but you made the original motion, so it's not up to me.
Yes, we want the public here present, but the public has asked us for a respectful meeting because you're right, we're a governing board that happens to meet to govern on behalf of the public in front of the public. So thank you, Trustee Parker, for that reminder. So yes, I'm happy to rescind the motion.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on then. Any other comments on the resolution? Trustee Beck.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. I know you got to do some wording, and I'd like to contribute. I've been a little busy, and I didn't get it, and I didn't really know which one of you to contact, and then we have the Brown Act to deal with. So I had some ideas on this, and I read the stuff that the Academic Senate was going through, and some of the comments they got and things. And I had one thought I thought I'd just throw out here, because overall, I like the idea. I think it needs to be refined. And when it gets to the training, I think we have to figure out how to be selective about which of those various different programs and ways and what training we provide. And I think it's better to have training that's probably best not to choose training that's really controversial and having problems with. Let's go with something that works. And sometimes it's not the training. Sometimes it's just the idea to put it in people's minds, which gets more to the point that I wanted to bring up. I wanted to share with you something I learned a long time ago, and I learned it the hard way, owning my own business. And then I've seen others make the same mistake. They actually were having problems with different groups in their companies of employees talking to each other or getting along. And so they called a meeting and took them all to dinner and sat them all down, and they said, you know what? You're all going to have to just learn to get along, period. He lost his best work, most productive workers quit and walked out. Not a good thing to do. I don't like the idea of the word. What bothers me, and it's just me, it's not the idea of the training. I don't like the idea of the word mandatory. I like the idea of making it a positive thing that we can do. I like the idea of being able to sell it, to put it out there so that people want to partake of it. My wife, I'll give you an example. You know, my wife's my age. She's like 70 years old. She's a park ranger. She had to take some training, stuff she'd already had, but now she works for a different. So she had to take some sexual harassment training. What she needs to worry about as a park ranger, I don't know, but she had to take the training. And so it was mandatory. And she didn't really mind that much. But she got paid for it. By the hour, they paid her while she went to do it. So she just did it as an employee. And she didn't really enjoy it. She didn't really learn anything new. She didn't really like it. And she didn't feel like that she needed it at her age. She's recognized it before. She's worked in law enforcement for a long time. But still, the rule was, you're going to do this. So she did it. And I don't like the idea of saying this is mandatory in another sense, because what I witnessed was the very best people will not participate, they'll just go elsewhere if they don't like it, if it bothers them. That doesn't mean they're causing, that they're parts of the problem, and it doesn't mean that they're not parts of the problem. It just means that, you know what, hey, I have a PhD or maybe two, I am tenured, and I'm doing my class and I'm doing my research and working on things, and now you're telling me I have to go take this class over here, that I have to do that? I don't think it's a positive thing to do. And I think we should consider phrasing things so that it's positive, so that people would feel like, oh, it's a choice and maybe I could learn something. I just feel it's not positive when you make the word, when you throw the word mandatory in there. This is not like we're putting it in a job description that people are going to apply for. They can always choose not to apply. These people are making their living here, and you want to make it better. So if it was a company I was running, which Peter has said, that's not so cool, because this is way different than a company, than in private business. And I understand that. But I understand how to build teamwork and how things can work together. And if we do something that everybody can be positive about, and it's not ordering things In essence, it's saying, help us make this better. We can get, even if not everybody takes the training, we're going to get a lot more positive energy coming out of this program and coming out of what you're doing. And so that's what I had to say. I kind of saved it up for a while. The last few days I thought about it, and I could make my speech quite a bit longer, but I don't think you want to be bored like that. So I will maybe leave some verbiage or some ideas. At least I plant the idea that maybe you could think about some alternate words and how you put this together. Because we want positive input. We don't want people to feel threatened and not want to do it. We want to bring it together and achieve something. Thank you.
Trustee Ibeshi.
I think it's important we know that there is no mandatory training in the resolution as it is right now. So I think it's just important the board knows that. And also, I just like to read this quote by Martin Luther King Jr. He says, "There comes a time when silence becomes betrayal. Our lives begins to end when we become silent about things that truly matter. In the end, would remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. In the end, would remember not what our enemies are saying, but what members of this board is doing to protect every student. Every student is important. It is not a one-sided resolution. It's a resolution to protect all students. And it is wrong to say this resolution should be stopped or should be thrown out of the table. I think it's important that we reconsider and think about why we are trustees. We're not trustees just to please the community. We are trustees first for our students. And then we could think about what the community thinks and input from the community also. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment? Trustee Croninger.
To pick up on a comment from Kenny here and Jonathan.
That's all.
First off, I am in favor of all students, all types of bias. I don't think we should be dealing just with racism. I think we have many students who have concerns about gender, about disability, and so forth, and you have that in part of the resolution. So I don't see why we should not address all forms of implicit bias or explicit bias if we think about these issues. On the training type issues, I would say this is something that, well, let me back up. My biggest concern is Patricia's concern. I think she is correct. This is not something the board does. We don't go out and do these plans collaboratively. We are the policy level board. We have one employee, our superintendent president. We ask him to work with our participatory governance groups to come forward with what those groups feel is what we need. And we support that. And we may comment on it, we may have ideas about it at the policy level, but we put it through that process and we ask for them to tell us, not us to tell them in this situation. When you get into the specifics, that's operational. We are not operational. And it has concerned me that there is an appearance of operational going on in the drafting, in the approach to this resolution, frankly. I mean, I would say give it to Dr. Beebe, let him consult with Academic Senate, let him consult with our other participatory governance groups and bring back to us the resolution part of the language. I think that process is critical to who we are as trustees and what our roles are. I think we step out of those roles a little too easily. I also think that we need to speak to what the board itself is going to do. That is our realm among us. And one of the things we need to do is do some hard collective thinking, discussing, facilitated about how we operate as a board and the frictions that are here and are apparent to the public. And we need to do that, I think. So I think that should be part of what we see in what's going to happen. And we certainly should be able to talk about that. Training subset of operational. The Faculty Association, our unions, CSEA, Advancing Leadership. Those are the people who negotiate working conditions which include training, not us. That's negotiated through our superintendent president. So I think we step out here and we step back from operational and we ask our president to take forward what he hears and what our collective participatory governance groups have to say as input. That's my recommendation.
I agree, and I appreciate that, Marcia. And I think, you mentioned a survey, Jonathan. I think we'll get, in my recommendation to hold off on this, I think we're going to get a better product. Today was the first time we got an investigation, and we all heard it. As much as I appreciate their service, I don't want to spend money on them. I want to spend money on mission things. Not that that's not mission focused, but it got to that level because we had to. So that was a very last resort thing. If we do put something through the process, you're right. We've had students, our Christian students, we had Christian students come to the podium too, talking about how they didn't feel that they could voice an alternative viewpoint in class. We've had students' disabilities. We've had all sorts of things. We haven't even begun to talk about the things that we've heard from our adult ed community. Dr. Beebe, you addressed so much of that with the School of Extended Learning. We have our preschools, we have our Orphala Center, we have our parent-child workshops, we have so much. So this was the beginning. There needs to be more conversation amongst the board. We need to meet more often. This is a lot. Our number one job is to work with Dr. Beebe and support him. I mean, that's my primary role. When I come here, I need to make sure that our number one employee has the ability to do his job. So yeah, I think we're going to get a better product if we work this through, because this is for our whole community, our external and our internal, and they deserve that. The kids and families and these underserved populations that we have looked at this data for so long. I mean, I remember Peter and I having these late night conversations because we sat on ed policies, and years ago, I mean, Lori will tell you, I was sitting here very passionately pushing her, and asking her questions, but we learned to work through our participatory governance and looking at our data, and we were able to get better things than if we felt like we had to sit at this table and destroy something. We don't have to be destroyers of anything. We can work through a process and get something really good for our whole community. And so that's my recommendation in my heart, with saying, let's hold off on this and get something better.
Trustee Nelson.
Thank you. You got started, and I just have to add to what you said, or to maybe say it in a way that the way I understand it. You know what you're really saying is, and we do this in the business world, Peter, we get people, different groups that are involved or affected, we get them to buy in. Then when the workload gets distributed and everything, everybody cooperates and things get done really well, as compared to going around telling people, do this now and do that. And instead of giving orders, they buy in. So this participatory process in government, and I've been involved in thinking about this for quite a bit, and I've been in front of the Senate before, and once we rescinded a policy even. I think the deal is that what we do is we use this group where everybody contributes, and what happens is when it's all done, everybody's bought into it. And the implementation of those policies and those procedures that they come up with and what the admin does is a great factor in why we got rated #1 in the country, because of that buy-in and because of the expertise that we attract. So we have some things we got to do here. Whatever we do, we have to address the problems. But if we want to be #1, we have to do two things. I would say three. Two I can put in your terms, I think. One is don't lose our best people. Whatever we do, don't alienate our best people that are helping us get the best results. Help them instead and offer them help. And work collectively with all the groups so that this is a collective group effort so that there's complete buy-in. And I don't know, I was a sales trainer, so there's a marketing guy. So the deal is there's always three things. There's a reason to buy from me, and I got to give you a reason to buy today to close the sale so I can feed my family. Those are the three things you got to do, whether you're a big mega corporation or you're a one-man business. So I just offer that the viewpoint. I don't like to see negative words like mandatory and all-inclusive on everyone, and I like to see things come together. And it's taken me years on this board because I never worked in an academic or this kind of a thing. And at first I was really unhappy that all these other groups are writing all our policies for them and all we're doing is rubber stamping things. And you know what I've learned is, I learned this sort of before the end of my first term, but it's taken a while to really let it sink in. What I've learned is that's what's so beautiful about the process. But it's more time consuming. It takes time. I think there was something in the newspaper recently that said that truth takes time. How long did it take to get the results, you know, of those investigations? Months? And there were really not that much data there, but there was something. You would think we could get it faster, but if we want the truth, sometimes we got to wait and process everything. Now I'll be quiet. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
Quickly.
Mr. Haslett, Dr. Haslett.
I think I heard Patricia Stark say that the Academic Senate was working on a very similar resolution.
Exactly.
Is that true? Because I see no reason why we shouldn't just act as a supportive agent for a wonderful resolution, if indeed it turns out to be wonderful.
There are things that are unique to what the Academic Senate can do, and there are things that are unique to what you as a board can do. So I'll just point that out. We had considerable discussion yesterday about whether our resolution should be, sorry, it's late, it's been a long day, whether it should be a position or a plan. And we decided to start with a position because I don't know if you guys have been briefed, but we have now formed an ad hoc group that has, I think, very, very good inclusive constituency representation. And we met once with a facilitator. We're going to meet again. And from that ad hoc group, we are going to form a long-term task force to address the plan. So the Senate's position is let us do a positional resolution at this point, affirming our core values, and other things that really, at this point, we just have a bunch of ideas. We have a group that's doing the work on it. We'll see that draft in 2 weeks. But what was stated is that we don't want to reproduce or we don't want to do anything that counters the work of our long-term task force. We want our resolution to be complementary to that. Is that answering your question? But I mean, our resolution's not going to be your resolution.
Okay.
There are things that are unique to us, that's our purview, and I think, respectfully, there are things that are within your purview. And the Senate's position is we simply did not want to go any longer without doing something as basic as a resolution supporting our inclusive campus and our students and faculty of color. We felt it was time. Thank you.
Okay. Can we move on to the minutes?
Approved. Yeah. I make a motion to approve.
Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes from the January 28 meeting?
You just did.
Okay, second? Is there a second?
I second to approve the regular minutes of January 24th, 2019.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, discussion?
Discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm listed on these minutes as absent under each resolution, but I was physically not here because I had the world's most dreadful flu that you could imagine, and you all would be happy that I was not here. But I was on the set, and I did submit my votes. So I don't know how to do that exactly, but in the past, I've been hooked up and been
Peter,
able to.
the bad news is that to do that right, you would have had to have your house noticed as a place of public. The public could come and participate with you with the flu.
Yes.
And we didn't do that, so I don't think your vote counts.
I don't think it was on the agenda.
That's certainly
yeah.
true.
So, can we call the vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Okay.
Abstain.
That's good for you, Peter.
Okay, now we're going to public comment on items that are not on the agenda. First one up is Denise Adams, followed by Michael Meredith, followed by, I think it's Rich Sander.
Good evening. I know you're as tired as everyone in the audience, probably. Anyway, Denise Adams, I'm here to make general public comment. I wanted to, again, remind the board that on February 9th, I submitted an agenda item request as per your board policies, and I would like to respectfully request that all of you read and become more familiar with your board policies. I submitted a request, and it's under AP 2340, which is Agenda Policy 2340. I submitted my request. The college has 10 days to respond to my request. I have not received a response regarding the determination on my agenda item. The agenda item specifically requested that the president trustee be censured or held accountable for his inability to run a meeting. On February 14th, we again witnessed that we had a published agenda under the Brown Act. Students had come, as well as faculty, to testify under public comment. That was to be taken first. What happened was for 2 hours, the Pledge of Allegiance flag issue was taken. I noticed, Trustee, that you had made a comment that none of the people responded. Well, if you're not called to the podium, we can't respond. I tried during my time to say procedurally the meeting was not being conducted as per the published agenda, that we were in violation of the Brown Act. There were people there like Crystal Farmer,
30 seconds.
others, who had stated we were in non-compliance. I think it's time for everyone on the board to please read your board policies, please run your meetings as per the Brown Act, and I want to state on the record that there's reverse discrimination because Chairman Miller will allow stomping, snapping, applauding from certain people, and the rest of us have to be silent. That's wrong, Chairman Miller, wrong.
Michael Meredith? Is there Michael Meredith here? Is Rich Sander here? Is Jen Lemberger here?
Good evening, everyone. I stand here as an additional Santa Barbara community member and an adult ed student at SBCC who truly urges the Board of Trustees and the SBCC administration in really listening to the Black students, staff, and faculty and their demands, and working with them to implement their points and address the racism that is present on campus, as it is tragic, disheartening, and angering. Given the poor handling of racism at SBCC, the board members should voluntarily enlist in their own in-depth, in-person anti-racism training to enhance their own leadership effectiveness and inclusivity practices. This should never have been needed to be demanded of them. The need is obvious. No leader should ever feel like they are done learning. In fact, many concerned campus leaders finished a voluntary 30-plus hour comprehensive anti-racism training across campus this evening. Per Trustee Nielsen's comment earlier, many of these folks have PhDs in social science and are some of the best SBC people. Some of them even teach about and specialize in issues of race, and they are already setting the standard for mandatory training and engaging to learn more. All here could take a page from their book. If concrete actions are not taken, then racism will continue to grow like a virus in a petri dish full of nutrients.
Thank you. Is Lori Punches here? Linda Bonet? Is there Linda Bonet? Aaron Jones?
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Aaron Jones. I'm currently the director of the Educational Opportunity Program at UC Santa Barbara, longtime resident. Procedurally, I'd just like to say, when you move the agenda around, for those of us who've come for public comment, which is usually at the beginning, we probably would have made some other decisions instead of sitting here for 4 hours. I understand, but sometimes intent versus impact are miles apart, so just be mindful of that. But I say that, of course, with all due respect. I also want to encourage you to consider the fact that it is students that have driven the change that we have seen in this society for justice and for equality. And you are well advised to follow the lead of your students. And I would suggest to you that in not only following the lead of your students, but providing for the least provided for the most marginalized, for looking after your black students in particular, right? And I don't say that as a matter of self-interest, but out of a matter of research, having researched that you elevate everybody in the process. There are those of us at UC Santa Barbara who are paying very close attention to this because we want to support and work with you because we have the same issues, right? And it's not just about these institutions. As was mentioned before, it's very much about the society. And if we don't start to find ways to work together, to get outside of our respective silos and come together as a collective true community, then we're going to continue in this vicious cycle. I really appreciate the student trustees' comments at the last meeting, as calamitous as it was, particularly when you called for those who were there for the pledge issue, asked for them to help with the students who are houseless, with the students who are food insecure,
30 seconds.
with the students who are facing all these intolerances. I thought that was brilliant. I thought the student Simone, who actually pled and asked, why do we have to keep coming to beg, was so heartfelt and so touching. That I really hope that you actually really heard that. I'm speaking obviously on behalf of myself and not the institution, and I would like to end by sharing a quote in response to some of the things that have been said about the First Amendment. James Baldwin, we can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. Thank you.
We're now going to move to reports. I think Patricia Stark finished her report.
She already did that.
She's gone. Okay.
That's what he said.
Just making sure she did everything else. Next report from Associated Students. Is Josh here?
Poor guy's been waiting all night.
Hello, President Miller, Dr. Beebe, members of the board. It's been a while since I've seen you. It's good to see your faces after, I believe, 2 months. I just wanted to start off with my report by thanking everybody for coming out to public comment. It's really important to hear the feedback of members of the public, something that we don't get a lot at our ASG meetings. What's new at our ASG meetings this semester is we've actually gotten students to consistently come to our meetings. So I'm really happy to see the public engaged and trying to guide our trustees on what they believe, what direction our school should be heading in. On top of that, I just want to thank Trustee Parker, Abood, and Igbechi on presenting the resolution today. What ASG is going to do with that is we're going to review it next week. I think we might have some really good stuff to present to Kenny up there, and so that he can give some feedback with Trustee Abood and Trustee Parker. Some new things that are happening right now is the fact that we have 6 members on our board. We had lost a member, our student advocate, last week, and we have a new member, Daniel Wallace, and I think a couple of you know Daniel. He was on the channels and he did some journalism at Santa Barbara City College, and yeah, we're excited to have him on board. We've already appointed him to the BPAP committee and the CPC committee that is working on anti-racism on our campus, so he's going to be working on that as well. We also have a student, Max Pagano, that's going to be on that committee as well. So we are 6, but we're 6 strong. We're trying to work with what we have. I want to go back to the original workings I usually let you know about when I come to these meetings and report, starting with a lot of the events that we're trying to put on campus to make sure students feel inclusive and they feel like they're in an inclusive environment. So we're trying to create a lot of these events to let our students talk and give them a chance to create a culture at Santa Barbara City College. And we start with, one of the things we're starting with is the Meet Your Reps event. We want our students to be able to talk to our representatives of the Associated Student Government. So we did have an event with over 60 students at the ASG office in February, which was pretty amazing. We had students flowing out the door to just come to this event. And I haven't seen that many students in a long time at an event like that. On top of that, we had a large club day in February, and we have right now 42 clubs to date. And we were able to support 12 clubs with $4,650 in grants in the fall 2018 semester, which is really great. We haven't done something like that in the past couple of years that I've been on Senate. I think ever since we had gotten 40% of the funding, the activities fee funding, we've been able to start doing that as of spring last school year. So it's really good to move forward with that. As I said before, we have a membership of 6 out of 15 on our Associated Student Government, and we're working on elections coming up. And that's something that applications are open for at the moment, so if any students are watching this, please apply for the Associated Student Government and join our board. Another thing that we're doing right now is we're supporting the Bio Club on their big trip to Big Basin with guided hikes by senior club members and faculty advisors to give 60 students the opportunity to experience overnight field work. We have made recommendations to the equity plan being formulated to include the needs of single-parent students, LGBTQ+, and students with housing insecurity. That's another thing we have done. And a couple of those things apparently have been addressed on our equity plan, and I'm going to make sure that Daniel Wallace, he's pretty firm on those 3 items, especially the single-parent students. So those are some of the things that we're doing right now in student government. But moving forward, I do want to mention a couple of things that are going to be happening throughout our spring semester. And please email me if you have any follow-up questions. Starting with the International Women's Day, that's going to be March 8th, and we're actually taking one of our resolutions that is being talked about at General Assembly right now. And as I mentioned before, General Assembly is where all community colleges get together and we vote on statewide initiatives as students. So we're taking a resolution at the state level and we're supporting it through International Women's Day. So we're going to have an event here where we're going to put on a movie to support our women at Santa Barbara City College. And that's going to include like showcasing certain women and also like providing like really, really neatly designed shirts and et cetera, et cetera. Vanessa Vera is going to be putting on that event, and she's now our director of marketing. So if you have any follow-up questions, please reach out to me or her to join in on that. As I mentioned before, we're setting up elections. We have applications open for 4 weeks. Campaigning will happen the 2 weeks after we get back from spring break. We have the plan for our newly elected members, which is going to be 6 members. You can elect up to 6 members. Is we usually give Robert's Rules and Brown Act training, but what I'm trying to work on right now is giving them Title IX training and equity training. So those are a couple additions that we're adding on to that. And I'm talking to HR at our college to add the Title IX training. Besides that, like I mentioned before, General Assembly is going to be happening the weekend of April 5th. And we're going to be looking at helping to make SBCC a fair trade campus by helping support any qualifications that need to be met. That's something that Alexi Salmar, Commissioner of Sustainability, is working on. Other than that, I want to say the last thing we're doing is, Alexi's also preparing for another Earth Day event. We're organizing and funding it. We did it last year. It was really big. We spent around $1,600 on that, and we had a lot of people out. It was really, really, it was great. But besides that, it's a big list that I did email it to you, so if you do have any questions at all, please contact me. Yeah.
Josh, you're a busy guy.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I did want to mention there's a lot of stuff going on at the college, and I appreciate you recognizing that. There's a lot of stuff that's going on at the college. There are layers upon layers of problems that are going on here. And we have 6 members on our board, but we're adjusting. We spent 4 hours in a meeting. Our normal meeting's 2 hours long. We spent last Friday 4 hours trying to like grind out all these issues. We still didn't get through all of our agenda items, but we're looking towards like finishing that off in tomorrow's meeting at 9 a.m. So yeah, thank you.
Any questions for Josh? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next, report on classified employees, Liz Auchincloss.
Good evening. It's been a long night. I just want to let you know, I'll be brief, that classified staff are also working on the anti-racism. We've participated in the ad hoc committee. I'm glad that somebody mentioned it because that's one of the ways the CPC and all the staff are trying to move forward and put some healing into the situations that are going on. We've had one meeting. The ad hoc may have 1 or 2 more, and then the task force will take over and hopefully moves forward. I think we made a couple of small steps forward in our last meeting. I want to show appreciation for the board's reflection on all the items that were presented today. I agree with Patricia about your resolution. You need to keep it for board because the college has gotten in trouble before when the board gets out of its lane and goes in all directions. So I appreciate the comments that were made about the need for that. And I just hope we can all move forward. That's what we need to do. But also acknowledging everything that's wrong. But we have to move forward with that anyway, so thanks.
Thank you, Liz. Any questions? Dr. Beebe.
Yes. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I wanted to report on the ad hoc committee work, but it's been talked about quite a bit. Dr. Haslam talked about the Umoja program meeting, regional committee meeting that we had on Tuesday, which was positive and I think the right direction. One thing that I wanted to point out is that Trustee and Betsy and Josh Villanueva and I went to Dos Pueblos High School and interviewed in a mock kind of environment high school graduates that are going to be graduating this year, and just gave them some support in terms of their ability to be adults and to move forward in a positive way. I just wanted to thank you two for that effort. Appreciate that. We spent a couple hours out there, and so it was real positive. That's my report.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So our next item is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are 11.1 through 13.6. Does anybody need to ask for removal from the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to, I'm sorry.
I just want to give you a heads up that I'm not going to pull anything, but I am going to have a comment on it after there's a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Could we ask a question?
You certainly can.
That would be, I'm trying to find out where it was, but I found something that I hadn't seen before, and I didn't understand it. It had to do with an expenditure under faculty stipends for a global trade activity.
Yeah, Dr. Ralston. We appreciate the heads up on that, Peter, as she's walking down here, because we were able to prepare an answer for you.
Well, good.
How about that?
Yeah.
There's only 9,000 items in here.
Well, I hate to raise anything at this hour, but it did pique my curiosity.
This is a reinitiation of having a deputy sector navigator in global trade and logistics, which Santa Barbara City College has been honored with by the state chancellor's office. So we don't actually pay this expense. We're hosting a deputy sector navigator who's going to serve our region in working to improve global trade and logistics. And so we used to have Julie Sampson, who served in that role, and she works in the Scheinfeld Center. And so we're bringing in Adeline, whose last name I've just lost, Polis, who will be serving in that role with us. And so HR is working to bring her on. And so her first step into the institution will be as in a consulting role. And that's what you're seeing on the item here. So we also have information about the global trade grant that funds this piece, and that's located on our institutional research website. But that's part of the Doing What Matters framework that's happening through the Chancellor's office and has been in place for several years. I think maybe the language that we used here in this description might not have triggered that memory, that's something that we've been hosting. And so it's been really great for us to have that opportunity.
It felt as if it was a
it
program we
sounded
just
like
initiated.
Super exciting and new. Yes, we're really happy that we were able to be re-awarded. So the sector navigator system ended in that prior space, and we recompeted to be able to host. And then the state appointed Adeline into that role. So she'll be joining us shortly.
Okay. I also noticed that unlike what I recall when I was on the faculty, that faculty are being paid stipends to mentor students, sometimes 6 students, sometimes 8 students. What's that about?
I'm really glad to be able to answer that. So we, in our Title III grant, Removing Barriers to STEM Success, have a really effective program that Dr. Imhoff created under that grant premise, which is to have a very formalized and intensive, intrusive mentor relationship. And so we have faculty who are trained to serve in this much more in-depth mentor role. And then we also support students in that. It also creates a peer mentorship program for students who've worked through that first semester in being mentored by faculty. And so that's part of our Title III Department of Ed HSI grant that we're happy to host. And so all of us should be working to mentor students. This is a really impressive program that helps create that pedagogical approach. Good. So that's part of those stipends that you saw.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else while I'm here? Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay. There's a second. Okay. All those in favor?
Just a moment. That's where, this is the discussion part.
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk
And I
about
just
it
wanted to make a
afterward.
quick comment, and that's on item 13.4, the Bali Spring 2019 Study Abroad Program Contract. I just noted that has been advertised since the fall. We are approving it now, 2 weeks before they're departing. And so I'm hoping that sometime in the future, especially as a new board member, I can get some information on the protocols, on the deadlines for board approval for contracts like this, since it would have been a disaster if we'd had a problem with it. So that's all I wanted to say.
So noted, okay.
I think there's a lot of things that have been backed up because of the events that the college has been under. But yeah, and usually Marcia combs through these contracts with a fine-tooth comb.
You're going to find there's other matters that we handle that way. And it's confusing at times.
Any other comment?
The other comment I'd have on that same point is that the flyer seems to advertise students are going to be taking 3 different courses. There's the implication of a marine biology course being included, but later on you get the sense that that's not a course, so the students are not going to be receiving course credit for it. Is that true?
I would have to follow back up.
Okay. Also, we're not sending our own faculty.
No, we're working with Latitudes, who's providing faculty.
Okay.
So we have an arrangement.
Is that a departure from standard practice? I'm sorry. I should have posed that question when
You
you were up
started
here.
this, Kate. Sorry.
Come on, she doesn't mind exercising her vocal cords.
I'm sorry that we don't have Dean Smith with us here today to talk about this, because she would be an expert in answering this question. We do a series of different versions of study abroad, and at times we work with organizations who were able to secure instructors on site at different locations. And sometimes we're able to bring our own instructors, which is that's the most exciting opportunity for us, and I'm sure for the instructors who get to go. So in this situation, we're working with others.
Yeah. Okay, I'll ask Carol.
And I can follow up and we can send information back to the board if we have additional
Because
questions.
I would see it as a wonderful opportunity for our faculty to be
Yes.
teaching anthropology
Yes.
and what was the other course?
And I walked away.
Geography. No, yeah, anthropology and geography. I mean, we have splendid part-time, full-time instructors who could do that.
Not every time are we able to secure faculty who are able to go for that extended
Yeah,
period of time. And so that, you'll notice when you see we have sometimes shorter study abroad programs and longer study abroad programs. And so that can be challenging to do the shorter trip in the course of a semester.
Sure.
So that sometimes adds complexity to this for us.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Thanks.
Any other comment? Okay, should we call for the vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? None.
Tell you what, Bob, we gotta, when you do this agenda, you gotta give us more time on the agenda or make it more prominent for the enjoyable things, like talking about the last couple of issues.
Yeah.
As opposed to all this heavy stuff.
So noted.
So noted, okay.
So noted. Okay, item 14.1 has been pulled from the agenda. We completed item 15.1. Next, I hesitate to say, is report from the board members. Do any board members wish to provide reports tonight?
It's
I
9:20
just want to say something quick. I have a headache and I'm feeling nauseous, so I don't want to get too long-winded. But one request is maybe at a future meeting we can review our public comment policy, because I feel like it's caused a lot of friction and is a vestige of the past. The story I've been told is the way it's constructed was constructed over 2 decades ago and maybe doesn't meet our current needs. So we should relook at it. I just want to encourage the board to read the demands that have been made. They're new and updated. I just saw them yesterday. I like demands because they are very clear and direct of what people want instead of, we want improvements. These are clear improvements. We can read them. So I encourage everyone to take a look at them. They're very good.
My only comment is on our, I wish you weren't leaving. There's so many great things in the CT world. So our dual enrollment programs, and about a year ago, our joint board meeting, we talked about the request was for, we need more of somehow for the computer science, Santa Barbara High, but that's on the Santa Barbara district side. I mean, they just have to get the qualifications for their staff. But there was, the couple of the teachers are under review right now, and I said to them, I said, I'll talk to Melissa. I'm sure, I think you guys will take care of it, but they're really wanting to look at, so, we have Procore down in Carpinteria, we have our construction academy, and we have our computer pathway. So looking at how the teachers teaching those courses can get equivalents so that they can start sort of maybe merging those and looking at that. Anyway, I know the request is still there, but I saw them this weekend and they touched base. I told them, I'm sure Melissa is already looking at this, but it just is a follow-up to a year ago into really wanting to look at our academies, but specifically those 2 pathways, which are, computer science. I think we've heard enough from Dean Nevins, and he's convinced me of that new literacy. So anyway, so thank you for what you're doing, but just wanted to put on the radar that that's something folks are excited about and wanting to follow up with.
And we love talking about dual
I
enrollment.
know.
Don't we,
I know.
Melissa? So, yes.
Thank you. I know you guys were on it, so thank you.
Anybody else? Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
All those against?
No discussion?
No discussion?